Let me check, and I think we are. I don't know. Are we? It looks like it. Although I don't seem to be on. Oh, there you go. Yes, we are live, and Buster.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so, yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views, and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. Fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit
You'll never back your claims.
like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on a movable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking
Why
asshole.
do I get so much resistance? I know
Fucking talking
you'll
shit
never prove me wrong.
right the fuck now. God damn it, fucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you'll never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
fucking talking shit.
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.D. Gonzalez, and I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole.
And, yep. We are live. And we're getting good at doing that. This is like just a roundup of the week type thing. Just to hang out, chill out. We might go over some of the new things that have been happening this week. Quite good. It's to do with triangles and geometry. I've been really getting into it. Been going over the imaginometry. We get the some links going out. Going to go over a video of Blues told us to go over. This week he's been awfully upset about us going over a slide. I think I'll put it in there.
You're leaving the water running again.
Yeah, we're going over some stuff with Blue. I don't know if anybody else wants to come and watch, or maybe the Globebusters now on all.
You're clipping really badly, sir.
Am I
in here?
on the,
yeah.
Okay, I'll just clear it. Is that better?
Much better.
Okie. I see Hoymar, is he has he gone on Deafen? Got loads of people on Deafen. Maybe because they're watching on the YouTube. Or maybe not. Yeah, I'll put this picture up that we have been going over. Now, if anybody's got any of the clips of the things of that Blue's been saying about us, I've sort of had a threat on my channel about these sort of things. So there was this slide on a video. We'll go over the bit of video of Blues that where it came from and all of that, so we can go over it. Like Blue said, can we get if anybody's got any of the clips about Blue saying that we could use the video, and then we can get that on the actual video. Solar panels. I'll leave this picture on here for everybody to have a look at. Blue has been upset with us. Let's see if I can find some of the clips while that's on the thing. Yeah, Blue's been upset with us for showing this, but I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. It is just a usual picture that Blue's put in his video, and he explains what it's all for. I'm just trying to find some things where he said it's It's got a clip. Don't use his graphic. Well, that's this graphic here. Let me just get that. Right, I've got a clip we sent. I don't know how many others we've got. I think Rakir got one about. I put it on the video that I did have. Wow, it goes a long way back. This. Oh, Hoymar took it over there. No, I can't find it. Somebody else might have them. But here's the story. What have we got? Let me just get this queued up. You guys will want to see this, and I'll just swap it over on here. Right, now this is for anybody wondering what's going on. We've had a bit of a look into having Rakir here. He drives over this bridge. I mean, it's been quite a big thing for quite a while. This is Soundly took some pictures over there. A lot of times you will see this picture cited. We're not going to actually go over the picture tonight. This is just about the bridge. Jesse Kozlowski is a surveyor. A supposed surveyor. He put a piece of equipment on the roof of his car and drove over the bridge both directions. I mean, and plotted a load of data points. And those data points, obviously, if anybody's been watching, they know the sort of stuff we do. We've been over this sort of stuff because we go over the geometry and the reality and the surveying sort of stuff, and the logic. Strangely enough, they're very, very closely linked. So we gone over a video, and Blue, that's Blue Marble Science, was going over the video that we done. So we've made a video in here like we are doing now, just chatting. Perhaps I did a live stream of it, probably. Blue Marble's gone and taken that stream and he's going over it here. So this is Blue Marble Science, and this is the video that he's going over. You can see he's made a graphic of me quite happily. He's got a little pig up here in the top left hand corner with my face on it. So he's done this. He's gone to quite a lot of time and effort for doing all of this work, Blue. Oh.
Do you get that feeling too?
So he's
I think that's where he's going completely off the rails here. I think he thinks somehow or the other those raw XYZ data that we get from GPS, that Z actually has something to do with elevation.
Yeah, all of the Z-axis are parallel.
He's dead, right?
All of the Z-axis is parallel, right? So I don't want to be saying, but Z is horizontal, and all horizontal planes are parallel, obviously, as known. So that's what the Z is within these Cartesian coordinates, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
You got northings, eastings, and up, that's what you got. But That's only because you're on a plane, a tangent plane to the ellipsoid.
Tangent plane, see?
That may be an oversimplification, but it's basically true, I believe.
Just coming from reality. So,
Right, so
Jesse's going to explain now how this coordinate change flip thing that eventually they think happens.
this is quite
Just
important.
showing you this data that was collected on the causeway. This is in Louisiana, South Zone, state plane coordinates on the North American
State
datum of
plane
1983, adjustment 2011. And here we have the northing and eastings, and here are
Northings
the
and
elevations.
Elevation
And you're going to find out that this causeway is very level. They built the thing
level.
to be level, except for the marine spans and the humps where, you know, boats go underneath of. Otherwise, this thing is level. You're going to see that.
What do you think he means by level?
Level.
Yeah, what do you think he means by level?
Well, I know what he means,
Yeah.
but you know.
Well, wait, no. See,
I
this
don't-
is you're talking about wizardry afoot here now. Literal wizardry. I mean, he said nothing different. He has said like truthful things, Jesse.
I'll say I don't know who this guy is. When he uses the word level, level is a straight horizontal line to me.
Yeah.
Well, good. Let's sort that out right away.
Right, okay. Now, I've said in this is me here talking now. Blue's about to go into the bit that he's been telling us to look at. Now, in this video, I've been saying that Jesse's just said it's level all the way across. Now, the wizardry happens by you putting it in your imagination what that means. Like Saragaki said in that thing, level to him's a straight line. So that's what Jesse's talking about, straight line. Level to other people might not be a straight line. But every time you ever look at an elevation profile, all of the same elevation is a straight line. But what you're going to see here now is what Blue's done. Because Blue's took his imagination of what Jesse was talking about. And he's going to draw an imagine hump. Now, I'll let this play out. Because I think we'll be going over it a few times.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that. This is what Jesse did. He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot, and he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
Right, so he drew a straight line from where he started and where he finished. Fine, Blue. That's what Jesse did.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
That's right. Blue just said the chord line you could call horizontal. So from A to B, all the way across, horizontal line, chord.
Level is this curved green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
No way of him saying where he got that from.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you. What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Elevation above the tangent plane.
That would be that chord line up
Would be the chord line.
to up to the causeway. So hopefully that makes some sense, because nothing those guys said made any sense.
Right, that's it. That's Blue. He's drawn a picture to help us out. So we're all sure of what's going on. That's in the video. He's going over our video. Even look here. It's when Kevin became a member. Thanks, Kevin. So this is my, this is my video that Blue's going over. Just in case I end up getting a copyright strike from Blue, because he has threatened it, for showing this, which is something he did on the video, going over the video to explain stuff to us. So this is Blue's slide on a video that he's using to explain to us what's going on. I'll go back again.
Yeah, Bev, just while you're on the subject of that copyright strike,
Level is not a straight
I'll
horizontal
put a
line.
copy of that message that Blue sent to Rick here in the live chat.
Oh yeah, I'll come back and have a look at that in a minute. Get it on
Yeah,
the
just
screen. Yeah. Cheers. Well, it's on the thing, isn't it? So here we go. This is the video that he's made.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's take a look at that.
Let's take a look at it.
This is what Jesse did.
This is what Jesse did, right? So Jesse did this, what Blue's talking about here. I don't want to misrepresent anything.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
So he took 2 points.
And he drew
He did actually make three coplanar points, he said he got.
the chord line between those 2 points.
And as we've been talking to Hoymar and a few whatever, I've got a few videos. The chord is the shortest distance between those 2 points. Guaranteed. That's why it's a straight line. Because it is the shortest distance between those 2 points. Here and here.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now.
I don't know where he gets that from. That's imaginary. I call this the Imagi hump. Doesn't exist. Only in Blue's mind. This one is a Jesse Kozlowski induced Imagi hump. But if you're watching this and you think Blue, this picture is good for you, you're taking it on, then this will become the Blue Marble induced Imagi hump. And you too will also imagine that there's a big massive hump of water in the middle. When it's not, it's just like horizontal all the way across. Everyone knows what the water's like. All the horizontals are parallel. Pretty simple.
Right. And the causeway is this dotted red line up here.
See?
Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
So you could call this line here, where it is the shortest distance from each end of the bridge, the shortest distance from A to B, a straight line. You could call that horizontal, because in reality, the shortest distance from here to here is a horizontal. So that's why he's fine with you calling that horizontal, because in reality it is horizontal. I hope that's right, Blue. I don't want to be misrepresenting Blue. Sure, you're all right with that, Blue. Yeah, shortest distance.
Curved green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
Imagine humps.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation.
Right, so when he said the GPS elevation, this is what Blue says. I mean, I'm not too sure whether this is right, but he's saying it's the difference between the surface of the water and the surface of the bridge. I don't know. We'll have to ask Rakia whether that's... I thought it might be means sea level, and then that be the height above it at, 5 point something. But I mean, being Louisiana might be low already. I don't know. We'll have to check with somebody who's around there. May know the elevation of that bridge, whether that's the above mean sea level elevation or not. And I don't know whether he's saying that the GPS will reference the water level. I think that's what he's saying.
That's what GPS would be telling you. What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Right, so I don't want to misrepresent Blue when he says here, and because he's labelled it as well.
Just so you know, you're not showing Blue this
Oh, am I not?
YouTube.
Oh,
No.
What? There you go.
You can hear Blue talking on YouTube, but you don't see
Yeah.
the screen. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Now Blue might be setting out for the copyright strike. Oh, I might have missed it. Oh, sorry. Right.
Oh, I didn't. If you weren't meaning to show it, I was just
No. No. No, I mean, yeah. We've got the other video anyway. So, thanks. Right, so I may as well go back and start this again.
Heck yeah.
Right, so
built the thing to be level, except for the marine spans and the humps where boats go underneath
built
of.
it to be level.
Otherwise,
Right, so yeah, this is the
thing is
video.
level. You're going to see that.
This is our video,
What do you think
my
he
video.
means by level?
Level.
Yeah, what do you think he means by level?
Well, I know what he means,
Yeah.
but
Well, wait, no. See,
I
this
don't-
is you're talking about wizardry afoot here now. Literal wizardry. I mean, he said nothing different. He has said truthful things, Jesse.
I'll say I don't know who this guy is. When he uses the word level, level is a straight horizontal line to me.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Let's sort that out right away. Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see.
It's a good claim by Blue, that again, isn't it?
This is what Jesse did. He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot, and he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
Right, yeah, here we go. So, shortest distance from A to B. Chord line. Obviously, this distance across the hump, the curve, or a slope or whatever would be longer than this.
Ellipsoid
This is the shortest distance.
is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here.
Imagine hump. Not existing in reality, just complete fabrication. Not there. I mean, how could it be?
Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Right, so the chord again. I know I've just said it, but for anybody else that's coming across. The chord is the shortest distance from A to B. And when he's talking about a bridge, in reality, Rakia's Lake, formerly known as Pontchartrain, goes from A to B, the shortest distance, and he says you can call it horizontal, because in reality, the shortest distance from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge, that shortest distance in reality is a horizontal. All the shortest distances will be measured and triangulated on maps across a horizontal plane. It's sort of intrinsic to the way everybody understands it anyway. And like I say, all of these horizontals will always be parallel. You can never get a horizontal plane to intersect another horizontal plane. It just isn't possible. And so Blue, he's saying that from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge, that's the shortest distance, and that's a horizontal. Or you can call it horizontal. I do. I always call it horizontal. Always said that. Level. All the way across.
Level is this curved green line of the ellipsoid.
Imagine hump. Not real.
Or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation. And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation.
Like I say, he thinks the difference between the two of these measurements that he gets from GPS is between the water and the top of the deck of the bridge, whereas this is the shortest distance across the ground.
Could we call this Blue's paradox? Because he didn't do this with LIGO. I don't mean to bring up old stuff, but he seemed to do the opposite thing with LIGO.
What, he's got, like, has he gone from a hump to a...
Yeah, but I wish Mobius was here to point it
slope.
out, but he did the exact opposite when it was the LIGO argument. Now the tangent is...
Well, like, he may have the double drop hump, like, but inverted. He might have a LIGO causeway instead of the double drop hump. He might have a...
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've never actually thought of it like that. Yeah. I suppose, Mobius might be the one to... oh, well,
here,
there you go, Blue. There's somebody else for you to avoid.
I remember him and Mobius having their thing, and it was the tangent thing was completely different than what he's showing now.
Well, yeah, the tangent's in the middle, isn't it? But obviously with LIGO, they have a tangent positional problem because
that's it.
The actual LIGO arms are straight and perpendicular. You have to put those on a plane, and that's the problem. Like, this is... Yeah, I suppose when you think of it like that, yeah. LIGO and this are the sort of scaled up versions of the double drop and hump problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because one of them's a plane, yeah.
Just seems to be a contradiction. I didn't take it off topic.
Taken, yeah. I'd never thought of it before. Yeah, I like it.
That's what GPS would be telling you.
Right, so the GPS is the distance between
what
the two.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
And what Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane, which is what he's got wrote here. Right, and the arrow is pointing to this line here that he had as a chord, a horizontal chord. Elevation above the tangent plane. Now, we may get into a little bit of advanced, I don't know what to call it. Globology.
Advanced complexity.
Yeah. Advanced incomprehensible complexity.
There you go. That's even better.
But we need some, like, for no reason as well, throwing in there. You know. like just purposely to make it. What was that? There was the guy that like make definitions even longer. Then they obviously get better, don't they?
Oh yeah.
You can make a definition perfect if you never stop writing it.
A few carry-on sentences. You're good.
Right. So, Blue has said that what Jesse was trying to measure, I'm not so sure he did say that earlier that he made a mistake, right? But he did call it a chord, and now he's called it a tangent plane. This is the Blues video that we're going over, right? It's not... He's told us to go over... We need to go over this rather than just look at his slide. We need to go over the words he says. So, with due diligence, so that's what we're doing.
Not taken out of context.
Yeah, I don't want to take it out of context yet. Oh, what?
Chord line up to the causeway. So hopefully that. Right. And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
So you could call a chord a horizontal.
Level is this curved green line of the ellipsoid.
Sounds like Roger.
Or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
So these two
and the
magic
difference
hump.
Between those two is your GPS elevation.
GPS.
That's what GPS would be telling you.
GPS would tell the difference between.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
So what Jesse's trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane. But what he did actually measure is like a load of 5.8. So I can get that up and put that up for you to have a look at, because we did do that. So this hump here, I don't know where it's come from. It's, like I say, there is no 28.5 meter hump in the middle.
That would be that.
Let it play out.
That chord line up to the causeway. So hopefully that made some sense.
Hopefully,
because nothing those guys said made any sense.
Right. So I just to go over it properly here now, I'd say if you have this line here and this line here all the way across being the shortest distance, then that would become a horizontal in reality. And then this distance above it is what we call a measured vertical change from the horizontal. So I think what Blue's saying is that what Jesse was trying to measure was a 28.5 meter hump, vertical change of height in the middle of Lake Rakia. Pontchartrain. When he got in his car and he drove his car all the way along here, measuring 4.5 meters of 4.5, 5.8, and then over a couple of humps so the boats can get through all the way across. And Blue seems to think there's a 28.5 meter vertical change from the horizontal that even he called a horizontal. I'll put it to you, imagine hump. Not there.
Still begs the question.
Yeah. Where did that green line come from in the first place?
Exactly.
Yes. Just in imagination, right? It's just draw a circle. So yeah. So this being a vertical plane, just recapping, just because I mean this is dead new globe logic, and globe geometry. Blue's making it up for us. So what we've got is we've got a horizontal chord and a elevation above the tangent plane, but I'm not too sure about that. Or if it could be imagined as the tangent, then it should be on top of the chord. See, so this is what he's given us is he thinks at one point it's the tangent because that's what you're meant to be on the model. But he's put it down there into a chord. He's developed a 28.5 meter Imagi hump that just obviously isn't there. That doesn't exist. You've only got this horizontal all the way across. So we're calling it a model-induced horizontal chord tangent plane. So if you hear of it in the upcoming few times, this is what we're going to be doing. This is the model-induced horizontal chord tangent plane. Maybe turning into the blue marble induced, if depending on, because I've got some videos of people talking about this and defending this very slide, and Blue and his elevation, what he's saying that Jesse was it trying to measure the elevation above the tangent plane, but that can't, it's a horizontal chord, he said. I don't know. You never know. So I've done a couple of other clips as well. I'm back to the Discord. I'll start. So I do.
We're dealing with a bit of stolen concept too, though, right?
There's all sorts of everything, really, isn't there? And what doesn't this have? This is this is completely conceptual and always within. I mean, like, we did make Imaginometry, right, for this very purpose. And one of the rules of Imaginometry is keep it in your head, right? Do not ever try and write it out, draw it, depict it in reality, because it doesn't belong there. It's completely imaginary. It should never be tried to be brought out into the open. And this is where the hardcore globe model fanatics have managed to do quite well for quite a long time, is on the backwards play of things, where they argue something that isn't and get you to try and argue also with them about something that isn't. And what all we're doing at the minute is just sort of pointing at these really strange things that they say. They just don't make sense. Non-logical. Not logical. To imagine a 28.5 meter hump of water. But then they'll try and fight it off to say, well, of course it's not a hump. You know, but as Blue's just shown, it's reference to a horizontal. At one point there's zero change, and at the other end there's zero change from the horizontal, and in the middle there's a 28.5 meter hump. Vertical rise measured as 28.5 meters. That's a a distance measurement. They all have it within the model. I don't know whether to. I'll go over. Do you want to go over the other video then?
Yes, please.
Which one? The with the 40-odd minute one.
Yeah, some of the stuff I'm catching up on.
Yeah.
I was laughing this morning going over the elevation above a tangent chord.
Oh, let me just see what. Right. Now we've been over that video. We just to make sure that Blue said that what we should definitely do is go over the entire video and not misrepresent the slide that he did in the middle of our video to explain how the GPS, how Jesse Kozlowski and what Jesse was doing. So, let me get this back on main screen. You guys still on my thing? Is that still working for you? Yeah, I'll put it on full screen. This is a 40-odd minute video. If you want to shout up or say anything, let us know. And go into it. It's a couple of Buster songs at the beginning. So go and make a cup of tea. Chill out to the songs.
Right, now Blue has says he doesn't want us to misrepresent it. So that picture, I mean, Blue does say the elevation above the tangent plane. Now,
what Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Are you all right with that? Do you have a tangent plane in your picture?
I don't know what you're talking about. The tangent. If I were to make a tangent in the center of that arc,
yeah,
another line that's tangent in the center of the arc, it would be parallel with the chord,
yeah,
but only in the center of that arc.
I got your numbers right here. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
I start out with a circle, right?
Yeah.
Your mind. Imagination is all you need.
This is what Jesse did.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
Level is not a straight horizontal line.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
The differential between those horizontals would be 28.5 meters according to your drawing. Blue's done it. Jesse Kozlowski did it. Walter Bislin's done it. Anybody else? Hoymar, I think Hoymar said it as well. Brought it back again. This is great, Hoymar. Well, you're loving this.
Everything is relative to you. You just have to say it in generality.
The elevation above the tangent plane.
Just like those straight lines are curving. Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know.
I just drew a circle.
Yeah, on a vertical plane.
Where all of this goes. Never take advice from fools.
This is what Jesse did.
Everything that they say is in vain.
Level is not a straight horizontal line.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
Well, I just drew a circle, just a plain old circle.
Yeah. So do you internalize your horizontal chord tangent planes?
No, I don't. I wouldn't call it an elevation above the tangent. I mean above the chord.
I know the game that you're playing.
The elevation above the tangent plane.
And I know exactly what's on your mind. You got your playbook, it's alright. Your model dictates what you will find. And I don't know where all of this goes. Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Level is not a straight horizontal line.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
It just seemed interesting to me because, you know, if you look at that, it's like that doesn't look like it's curvature with a.
Yeah, you wouldn't even imagine there's a
surface.
28.5 meter hump there in the middle of the water, would you?
It's pretty flat and level now.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Horizontal's definitely a straight line.
Yes, but again, in the real bridge, vertical is the direction of gravity.
Yeah, and the vertical change you've said between where you imagine the chord is and where you imagine the tangent, right?
Right, and when
28.5 meters, the differential between those two. Now, is the chord and the tangent, are they parallel? Do you internalize your
I'll share
horizontal chord tangent planes? Do you internalize your
I'll share
horizontal chord tangent planes? Do you internalize your
I'll share
horizontal chord tangent planes?
You don't understand. You don't understand.
Let's see.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam,
He took a point. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
So hopefully that makes some sense, because nothing those guys said made any sense.
If you did differential leveling across the bridge, since it would show the same height on the rod all the way across the bridge.
Yep. Actually, it's the position of your camera. I nailed that.
Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
If you can call the chord horizontal, then perpendicular to that would
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
be vertical.
You're just on your own.
Right, and that point in the middle of the bridge is where the chord is horizontal to the sagittal, to the vertical. You want to call it that.
So there was a definite
in the middle.
vertical difference. There's a vertical change, isn't there? There, obviously. Drawing it, is it like one's the chord, and then that other bit is a vertical change.
Right,
Call
the
it like
chord
an
number.
elevation change on the vertical datum, right?
No, because
yeah, it's on the vertical. You know that elevation changes are done on the vertical datum.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam.
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to. Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So hopefully that makes some sense.
No.
Because nothing those guys said made any sense.
All right, how are you doing?
Oh, good. Just watching the stream.
Oh
Whatever
yeah,
that means.
Yeah, have you seen this?
I don't know. I don't think so. Which
Have
one
you
is
seen
it?
this stuff with Blue? I'll put the thing in the live chat. A picture for you. Blue, we did a video. Do you know much about the Rakia's Bridge?
The Lake Pontchartrain one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know anything about the Jesse Kozlowski and the way he was doing his surveying and all of that?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Have you heard about the double hump and the drop and the sort of like the paradox?
Yeah, I just shared a video with you.
Oh, have you?
In the chat.
Nice, brilliant. Go over this one first then, right? Can you see Blue's thing? Because that's what I'm doing. Like, can I? Well, I be able to integrate this into your video.
Yeah, I just did a quick CAD drawing.
Sweet. So this related to this, what Blue's done?
I'm just looking at this stream, so how do I go back? I just click that, I guess.
Yeah, this screen's a bit small. There's actually a picture in the live chat, and that's what we're talking about. Is this?
Yeah,
this
that's pretty much what I drew.
Right now, Blue has says he doesn't want us to misrepresent it. So that picture, I mean, Blue does say the elevation above the tangent plane. Now, are you all right with that? Do you have a tangent plane in your picture?
No.
No. Do you internalize your
I'll share
horizontal
it again.
chord tangent planes? Because we're trying to relate it to this one at Blue's, the internal.
What I did, I was just curious why, in Jesse's video, he showed the data and how pronounced the curve was when he showed. It's basically that same picture you got up. So
Yeah.
I wanted to look at it by turning it along the y-axis, just to see how that worked. And
But what have you got as
so
y-axis? Have you got like the x and y? You got?
Yeah, it's just the AutoCAD X and Y.
Yeah. So x would be distance away, right? And the y, would you have that as left to right, or would you have the x as left to right and the y?
Yeah, X is left to right and Y is up and down.
That's Z, isn't it?
I changed
Z,
views
though?
a few times. I changed views a few times, so.
So do you just have it on the vertical plane then?
AutoCAD doesn't have vertical and horizontal planes. It just has planes.
Yeah, so you're doing this drawing of yours on a vertical plane, like a 2D.
I said, you don't. Well, it's 2D views, but yeah. I changed the view, so you can see it.
Well, we've been doing that about the planes and the X, Y, Z axis, right? They've all got their own individual planes.
Yes, yeah, I got it.
Okay, so the X and the Y, when I think of it, we did this with Stingray the other day. When I think of the X and the Y, I think of that on the horizontal, and then develop the Z from that perpendicular.
Yeah, like I said,
is that what we've got here?
The X and the Y will change just depending on which view you're looking at, but it shows the it shows it in the drawing sometimes.
Okay, so
this guy, I would change from the front view to the top view, and then I did an isometric view.
I see. I'm just looking at it now, just watching it. So those things that you put on, they're straight, are they? The white lines. Have you got two parallel? You touch it point to point on either side.
Yeah, that's just so I put that on there so I can use the trim tool. So it's a line that's 38 units long.
Okay.
And then it's a circle. Then it's
those are straight lines, though, right?
The
parallel ones, the ones with the arrow that you've got, you're moving around.
No, the one you can see, I called out the radius on, so it's not a straight line. It has a radius.
Which one? The white ones?
The colored ones. The colored ones have a radius.
The pink one, yeah. The white ones.
The white one is a straight line.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so would you call that, like you've drawn the chord, like Blue did. Would you say, would you call that chord horizontal? Could you call that chord horizontal?
Let me think about it. As respect to the
so it looks like it's
in Jesse's video. In the center of that chord was where it would be perpendicular to the vertical.
Well, right, but then you would call it horizontal then?
Yes.
Okay.
From the, like if you were standing in the middle of the bridge, yeah, that chord would be horizontal.
Everywhere perpendicular. Yes.
But only standing in the middle of the bridge.
Everywhere, along the whole line.
Just in the middle of the bridge.
Because a chord is a straight line and a horizontal is a straight line.
Yes, but it's
that
only
chord would have to be horizontal then, right?
It's only perpendicular to vertical in the middle of the bridge.
If it's a horizontal, then everywhere along it would be perpendicular, wouldn't it? Horizontal.
Not to the bridge.
To the lines that you're drawing. We just drawing a chord, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's basically it's a circle with a chord.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. And which you can call it horizontal, right? Blue says that.
At the sagitta, yes, it's horizontal relative to the sagitta.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what that is. So the differential between the horizontals would be like a vertical, wouldn't they?
I have no idea what you just said there.
The differentials, right? Have you ever heard of differential leveling?
Oh, differential leveling. Yeah, I've heard of differential leveling.
So that's the differential of the levels marked by a vertical change. So right at that point in the middle, you would have a horizontal, the one that you say is called a chord, and then a vertical distance imagined up somewhere. Right?
Yeah, but the
elevation
whole point
above it, like there's a
differential. You'd go across that bridge like 100 meters at a time, and then the fact that you're doing a front and a back basically eliminates error due to refraction and curvature.
Yeah, but the differential between the horizontal at the start point and the horizontal at the middle would be measured on a vertical datum, right?
If you did differential leveling across the bridge, since it would show the same height on the rod all the way across the bridge.
A horizontal. You're saying it's a horizontal all the way across.
Yeah. For the except for where the
from one side of the bridge to the other.
Well, the causeway, except for the bridges where the boats can go under, it's pretty much, it was designed to be level all the way across.
Yeah. Horizontal all the way. There's definitely no vertical datum change, right? There's no vertical.
Yeah, man, on my drawings, my drawings was made really simple. It was, the whole point was just to see why the curve was so pronounced in Jesse's data. It just seemed interesting to me because, you know, if you look at that, it's like that doesn't look like it's the curvature or the
you wouldn't even imagine there's a 28.5 meter hump there in the middle of the water, would you? Vertical change. I mean, it wouldn't even be imaginable. Yeah, some people are drawing pictures of it. Like you've added your name to the list. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I even call out that the sagitta distance at the very end of the video, and it came out to 28. So
right, so that would definitely be a vertical plane, right? That when you're drawing it like that, and you were doing the chord that you called a chord, right? The one we said could be horizontal.
Well, again,
that's a vertical plane, isn't it?
I start out with a circle, right?
Yeah.
And then the line I use as a chord on that circle, and then I trim off the circle.
It's like a vertical plane, isn't it? That circle is on a vertical plane.
If you're talking in relation to the Earth, that circle would be a great circle.
No, we're just talking about that circle that you drew. When you drew it, you drew it on the vertical plane, didn't you?
I just drew a circle.
Yeah, on a vertical plane.
But if in relationship to the Earth,
yeah,
real like Pawson train, it would be a great circle, a cross section of the Earth.
yeah. But what I'm getting at is, if you can call the chord horizontal, then perpendicular to that would be vertical.
Right, and that point in the middle of the bridge,
yep,
is where the chord is horizontal to the sagittal, to the vertical, if you want to call it that.
Uh-huh. So there was a
That's
definite
in the middle.
vertical difference. There's a vertical change, isn't there? There, obviously, you've drawn it. Is it like one's the chord, and then that other bit is a vertical change?
Right.
Call it like an elevation change on the vertical datum, right?
No, because
yeah, it's on the vertical. You know that elevation changes are done on the vertical datum.
The chord, if you could see it, would be running under the water from the two ends of the bridge.
Yeah, so there's a vertical change, right? Obviously, isn't there?
From the chord, there's a distance between the chord and the arc. So the bridge is the arc.
Yeah, the differential between those
chord
horizontals would be 28.5 meters, according to your drawing. Blue's done it. Jessica Kozlowski did it. Walter Bislin's done it. Anybody else? Hoymar, I think Hoymar said it as well. Brought it back again. This is great, Hoymar. I bet you're loving this. Get on with it. He studied this bridge as much as anyone, I think. He may have just had a look at a few pictures.
The sagittal is the only one that's 28 meters. Then it gets gradually smaller.
But that's the difference, right, between the one horizontal that you called the chord and the other horizontal that you can imagine is a tangent. But Blues put them both together, right? Blues put the horizontal chord tangent plane, which is, I think, what you're thinking of.
Well, it's what I drew. What I did was just draw it to scale. So it is what it is. It turns out the way it turns out because
what, 28.5 meter hump of water in the middle.
No, it's not a. That's
it's
the
vertical. It's a vertical. You've admitted already. There's a vertical elevation change, right? There's a definite difference between one level and the other level of 28.5 meters.
The only place that chord is perpendicular is in the center of the arc. So the sagittal is in the center of the arc.
Chord being a straight line has perpendiculars anywhere. Doesn't it? I mean, like, it's just a straight line. You can put a perpendicular to a straight line wherever you want.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So the greatest distance,
then all of the perpendiculars would be vertical, wouldn't they? Because perpendicular to horizontal.
So the greatest distance is in the center of the bridge between the chord.
The shortest distance is from one end of the bridge to the other in a straight line, isn't it?
Well, the chord length is a bit shorter than the arc length, but you're not going to go under the water.
The straight line's the shortest distance from one point to the other, isn't it?
But the chord is a bit shorter than the arc.
Yeah, but the chord is the shortest distance from one point to the other, isn't it? That's why it's a straight line.
Yeah, the chord is the shortest distance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love these geometry lessons. So that you said you could call that a horizontal, right? A horizontal. So therefore, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal, boom, boom, boom.
There's only one place in
vertical changes
on the actual bridge. There's only one. If you're standing in the middle of the bridge, that chord would be horizontal. But if you're standing someplace else on the bridge,
the chord would be horizontal. Yeah. Okay.
If you're from the middle of the bridge, at the point of the sagittal.
Yeah. And horizontal's definitely a straight line.
Yes, but again, in the real bridge, vertical is the direction of gravity.
Yeah, and the vertical change you've said between where you imagine the chord is and where you imagine the tangent, right?
Right, and when
it's 28.5 meters, the differential between those two. Now, is the chord and the tangent, are they parallel?
I don't know what you're talking about. The tangent.
If I were to make
a tangent in the center of that arc, another line that's tangent in the center of the arc, it would be parallel with the chord, but only in the center of that arc.
But Blue's got the elevation of the thing being above the tangent plane.
Okay, if I made a tangent any other place along that arc except for the center, it would no longer be parallel with that chord.
Right, but what about where the elevation is measured, right? Because Blue, in Blue's
I don't have
picture,
an elevation.
And we had to go and confirm this, right, just to make sure. Blue does say it's the elevation above the tangent plane. So do you internalize your horizontal chord tangent planes?
No, I don't. I wouldn't call it an elevation above the tangent. I mean above the chord. There's a distance there, but I wouldn't call it an elevation.
Oh, have you seen Blue's picture? Blue definitely calls it an elevation above. And see, because that's 28.5 meters, right? That's height.
A distance.
Yeah.
That's a distance.
Okay, so you wouldn't call that an elevation. You just call that a distance.
Well, I think an elevation is like above mean sea level. And so if the water itself was at mean sea level, then the bridge would be a certain elevation above that. But the chord does not represent
then.
Yeah, the chord doesn't represent the mean sea level or isn't at the level of the water. It would be below the water.
Sorry?
The chord would be below the water between the 2 points of the bridge, because it's the chord distance, and the bridge is an arc.
Yeah.
When again, down is the direction of gravity.
Okay. So you are actually going for the shortest distance between A and B from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge being, I would say, a horizontal distance, because that's how the shortest distances in reality are measured, right? They have to be horizontal.
And I would say the chord length is shorter than the arc length.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
But that would have to be the shortest distance. So you would have to say that is horizontal. It's a horizontal distance, therefore being the shortest distance in reality that we could possibly measure. The shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line, but in reality, that straight line is horizontal in order for it to be the shortest distance in reality.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
I agree, a straight line is the shortest distance, but the only point...
The shortest distance in that picture there is a chord.
On the actual bridge,
yep.
The only point that that chord is horizontal is if you're standing in the middle of the bridge.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
It's horizontal in the middle. I'm having that. That's fine. So from A to B, it's the shortest distance, both in the picture and in reality. And right in the middle of the bridge, it's horizontal. Right? That's where the water and that chord is horizontal, right? Right in the middle.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
And then what you could do, right, is you could put that middle point there, and then you could say right in the middle of the 2 points of that bit, you know, like do irreducibility, right? Halfway, that's horizontal there too.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Boom, that's horizontal there too. Boom, and then you keep going, and you
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
There's just everywhere turns out to be horizontal. As soon as you start doing that, it's fantastic the way this mathematics and geometry works. It just proves that it's all horizontal from A to B, shortest distance, all the way. The water's there, dead horizontal.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
That green bit that in that picture there, it's completely fabricated in your mind, isn't it? Doesn't exist.
That's
why
you
Blue
said it
can call it
before.
a tangent plane, internal.
I like
what Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
I like the way
horizontal
if you were to
chord
draw
tangent plane.
If you were to draw a tangent to my colored line, which represents the arc, if you were to draw a tangent anywhere on that, the only place that tangent would be parallel with the chord will be in the middle of that arc.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Yeah. That's why Blue's labeled it tangent plane, right? Because you can imagine that is the tangent plane as you're going over the bridge.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
The shortest distance between A and B.
Yeah, I don't know why I labeled it a tangent plane, but
he's actually called it.
I would
he's
just
called it a tangent plane.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Yeah, I see the arrow there, but I would just
No. When he voices it, he says it's the elevation above the tangent plane.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
But if you were to draw a tangent on the circle,
on what circle?
That line would be parallel when the tangent is in the center of that arc. So what he calls the tangent plane is parallel with the tangent of the circle.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
If the tangent line were drawn in the middle of that arc.
Yeah, and then if
you
could call that horizontal,
chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Then that tangent plane that you're thinking of also would be called horizontal.
It's what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
And those horizontals, as we all know, are always parallel, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that's where we disagree.
What, that horizontals are always parallel?
Horizontals at one point.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yes, at one point.
Yeah, the differential between the horizontals is always called a vertical datum, isn't it?
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
That's why you can have a vertical datum system.
If you were to go to the one end of the bridge and draw a tangent to that arc, it's no longer parallel with the chord.
Well, that means, right, that can't relate to reality, can it? Because as we know, in reality, all horizontals are parallel. So, I mean...
But it does relate,
that's like a
right?
reductio ad absurdum. Oh, yeah.
The only difference is because when down is the direction of gravity and down goes towards the center of the earth, then there's a... Right, well,
yeah.
I'm just going to call it down. And down is
vertical is like the bottom part of vertical, right? Like, not that you can really separate vertical, but it's just one direction of vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's a straight line, right?
Yeah, you're welcome to use my my drawing however you see fit. But I just, again, I was mostly just curious why the curve looked so pronounced in Jesse's video. It just, I knew it would.
He made it look
but
like
I couldn't.
That. He wanted you to think hump.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
No, it really has to do with the fact that when you're looking at it, when you turn it along the y-axis, you're looking along it, and then when you zoom into it, then it makes it a lot more pronounced.
It's like a storyteller, Jesse Kozlowski. That's the way I think of him, right? He's a storyteller, and what he does is he's induced in you, Jesse Kozlowski, induced Imagine Hump.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
No, he didn't, because I just Googled the length of the bridge, and I took the great circle radius, and that's what I drew.
Yeah.
And then I made 2 of those arcs, and then I turned one 89 degrees, and then I looked at it from the front, and you can see that it just naturally makes that hump. All Jesse did was turn his data, so you're looking at it, I don't know how far.
Yeah, you don't actually think there's a 28.5 meter hump in the middle of that.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
There's that distance between the chord.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
And the arc, yes.
Oh, there's a 28.5 meter difference in the horizontal points on that vertical that you would put in the middle.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Between the shortest distance between A and B and your imagined tangent. I mean, Blue did do us a favour, right? Are you sure you not want to take on the horizontal chord tangent plane? You drop it down then, you make them the same.
Chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to. What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
There's no imagined distance, right? You can think of them as though they're the same thing.
Again, I drew it to scale. I never watched anything of Blue's, so I don't really know what Blue talks about.
Yeah, just imagine reality, though.
I did watch Jesse's video. I thought it was pretty fascinating.
In reality, can you tell the difference between a chord and a tangent on your model?
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Because I'm thinking about it now in your model. I'm thinking I can understand why Blue has a horizontal chord tangent plane.
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Well, it
makes sense, doesn't it?
Since the bridge follows the great circle, that makes an arc. And if you draw a line between the two ends of a straight line between the two ends of the bridge, that would be a chord. Can you see that in real life? No.
Tangent plane.
Because you're just driving across.
See, a chord is a straight line, but you also imagine the great circle's a straight line, don't you? So you've got a problem there. And do you imagine that a tangent is a straight line?
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Because what you might have is the same as what Blue's got. You've got the tangent, which is a tangent to a straight line, which is a great circle, imagine straight line, which is also the chord. You can just whoop and squish them all together, can't you?
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Straight line, straight line, straight line. Rumpus said last night, you guys can have a tangent to a straight line, which you obviously have to have because a great circle to you is a straight line. So a tangent, the great circle, and the chord, straight line, straight line, straight line, boosh, you can have them all together. You can just imagine them as the same thing.
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
horizontal plane. That's how you can have a model-induced horizontal chord tangent plane.
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
It's the future. It's what's needed. Right. You might already have it. Have you checked?
Well, I just drew a circle, just a plain old circle.
Yeah, I know.
And the shortest distance between on that chord is a straight line. Arc distance would be a bit longer.
Uh-huh. But you call that arc a straight line also, wouldn't you? A great.
No.
Would you not?
I called it arc and arc, and
Okay.
I said I started with a circle.
Yeah.
I've never referred to either of those as a straight line.
It wouldn't be a great. You wouldn't want to sort of fabulize your circle after a while, would you? And, thus enable a mental concept of straightening. Equipotential angle of adjustment. Oops. You'll never notice.
Anyway. Glad I got your attention. Just wanted to share my video with you.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, if you wanna use it, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I've had a look at it. I don't think I can do much. It's just sort of I could do that sort of stuff myself. But the chat's been helpful, proper. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get my coffee.
All right. I'm going to put the kettle on myself. Thank you very much.
See you later.
Right. That's the end of that little chat we had. Boom, back to the Discord. So that was recorded, I don't know, yesterday, maybe the day before. I've done a few recordings of with people in that particular picture from Blue. It's been a very good, useful learning tool to get conversations with the model afflicted, obviously, because that's where that whole picture came from. And I did give a shout out to Hoymar within that. Shout out again. Hoymar was the one that brought all of this bridge talk back again. It was a really good thing. It came just at the right time. We're still coming up with pictures. Is that the drop of the water there, Hoymar? Is that what the water does? In the distance? Or is that what Jesse Kozlowski wants you to believe? Has he gone away with a hump? It's unfortunate, isn't it, that you're coming up with that now, after Blue's just come up with the Madger hump.
So, what's the question then?
Pardon?
What's your question, actually?
I said that picture there, is that the hump? The one that you've just put in the chat?
That's just a measurement of the causeway bridge.
Yeah. So that's the hump, is it? Or the drop? Which one's that?
Well, I'm standing in a bridgehead here, so there's a drop.
Okay, so when Blue said about the horizontal, calling the chord line a horizontal, why do you think he did that?
You mean why the chord line is horizontal?
Yeah, why did Blue call the chord line horizontal?
Because if you stand in the center of the bridge, then the chord line will be horizontal.
Right, if you stand in the center of the bridge, then the entire chord line will be horizontal. Can you not just stand on the other end of it?
No, because then it will actually be the chord line if we drew it into that image, it would slope away towards, as you can see, towards the other bridgehead.
Oh. So there would be a gradient, would there? To the chord line. That's why it couldn't be horizontal.
Yeah, a gradient, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so a straight line that's got a gradient could never be horizontal, right? At no point on a sloping line would you ever call it horizontal, right? It would always have a gradient. It would always have a slope, a rise over run. In order for it to not have a gradient, it would then have to be horizontal. Like that, as understood, right? I know you...
No, you're getting this wrong. It's horizontal if you stand at the center of the bridge.
So what would be the gradient at the center? Because the whole line you've just said had a slope on it. So how can you get to the middle of a sloping line and not have that line sloping? What's that about?
No, as you walk across the bridge, the angle relative to the line changes. No, you're not walking along the line. You're walking along the curved bridge, as you can see in the image.
Oh.
Right?
Okay, so not the horizontal line then?
No, that's just a chord line. That's you don't. If you wanted to go along that,
let's talk about the horizontal line that we were talking about, right? Blue was talking about the chord line, right? So where's the horizontal at the bridge? Like, because you say we can't just have to walk all the way across to the middle to find a horizontal, right? That's ridiculous. There's a horizontal all over the place, right? Everywhere. Not just in the middle of that bridge. All the way across.
Well, it depends on what frame of reference we're talking. Are we an observer on the bridge, or are we like in this bird's eye view kind of?
Vertical. Do you know about those frames of reference? Have you heard of them?
Oh, I mean,
horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, I know those.
The main ones that we use. In fact, I'm just thinking now. No, there's no others. Just them two. Vertical and horizontal, right? Now, everywhere where you are, there's a horizontal, right? And all of the horizontals where you are always parallel. Okay.
Yeah.
So, when you're at one end of the bridge, you don't need to walk to the middle, do you?
We are at one end of the bridge.
Yeah. Yeah. So where's the horizontal? If we establish a horizontal at one end of the bridge, where would the other end go? Would it go all the way to the other end of the bridge? I think it would.
What do you mean? Would it go there?
Horizontal. Yeah.
Do you mean it would meet? It would last.
From A to B at one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge, right? Just to get this clear. You know where we are, right? Just to get it sorted, right? We are talking about a bridge over Lake Pontchartrain, Rakia's Bridge, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, there is a bridge, there is a point at one end of the bridge where the bridge starts. And then there's a point at the other end of the bridge where the bridge ends. Or, you could say, it starts there if you come in the other direction, right? You can go in either direction on this bridge across that lake, and there is an A and a B, or a B and an A. We'll call them whatever you want, but there's 2 points. Now, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. But, so you're not thinking about the bridge as just a picture. In reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal, right? That shortest distance between those 2 points, in reality, is going to be a horizontal distance, right?
It's not. It's going to be a great circle distance.
Sorry, the shortest distance between those 2 points is going
between
to
A
be...
and B?
Yeah.
It's going to be a straight line.
Yep. And that's going to be a horizontal.
No, it's not.
That's the shortest distance in reality, right? The short is a horizontal.
Because there's a condition. You know, if you say horizontal, you're referring to the geometric definition, right? Am I?
Yeah, I'm talking about the shortest distance between 2 points in reality.
Straight line.
Is always on the
line.
horizontal plane. Yeah, that straight line
that
you're
on
thinking
Earth.
of is always on a horizontal plane. Yes, it is always.
Well, no, not if you are. If you look at the image I posted, then the straight line, the shortest distance between the bridgeheads, will not be horizontal to you, standing where at the viewpoint of this image, right? It will slope down towards the other bridgehead.
Slope down.
Mm-hmm.
Within a difference in the horizontals, right? A measured vertical change.
Yeah.
The water.
No, the water level is represented by the blue lines, and the shortest distance, the chord line, will go below the water, as you can tell from the picture, right?
That's not a picture, is it? A computer graphic thing.
It's a representation of
I'm just making sure. Is what I'm looking at right here a graphic representation? It's not a picture, is it?
Yeah, it's not a photograph. It's it has some extra steps. It's measured positions and then plotted into a coordinate system, Cartesian coordinate system.
X, Y, Z coordinate system.
Correct.
And is there a drop in the Z there in that picture? The X and the Y goes out, right? And there is a Z drop.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So that's a drop in the vertical, right? As in a vertical datum. You've heard of what a vertical datum is, have you? Have you got George?
Yeah.
George, are you supporting him? I hope so.
Where's George?
Oh, well.
Oh, in the chat.
YouTube
chat.
I'm hoping so. He's saying there is no hump, but that luckily for you, you've said there's a vertical change, a drop down, drop away.
Well, if you when you say hump, if you refer to the sagitta, the vertical distance between the chord line and the center point of the bridge, then yes, that's the hump.
Oh, no way. So you've got a vertical, hump if you do one thing, and then you've got a vertical drop if you do it. That's, you know what that's called? Go on.
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to ask if it was, if it's dropping down, is that a slope, to the other end?
Yeah.
I would ask if you adjust your angle at the end points.
Well, he's just actually give us a measured,
the orientations.
Give us a measured vertical drop and then a measured vertical hump. What do you mean? That's a paradox.
Why do you think it's a paradox?
Because you've got a measured vertical drop and a measured vertical rise. They both cannot be true.
Why not?
Oh my God.
Can you point out the
well, because the water can't drop away from you whilst rising.
Why not? It depends on your orientation. If you call it drop or rise, right?
Remember, you stood on the maybe at the shore looking out.
He doesn't seem to have a concept of what a vertical drop and a vertical rise is.
Oh, I do.
Well, how can you have them both being acceptable? Starting at one end of the bridge, right? You've got at one thing, you've got them dropping away from you, but in the other one, you've got it rising.
The only thing that you need to accept to understand.
I don't need to accept anything.
Okay, that's your problem then.
My problem.
You'll keep being in denial. Orientation is not uniform on Earth. Vertical orientation is not the same
standing at the
absolute
wrong
direction.
side of the
Measurably.
fucking bridge and seeing a drop and a rise. Vertical, measurable, drop, measurable, rise. From the same position.
Definitely. No, not from the same position. No. Stop,
yes,
stop.
you just
You're
stood at one end of the bridge.
Not from the same position.
Yes.
I mean, no.
Yes, one end of the bridge. Right? In one picture, you've got a measurable vertical drop. Your picture. In Blue's picture, a measured vertical rise.
Okay,
That's
so
what you
if you
call
look at
a paradox. It's for you and Blue to sort out. Don't worry about it. It's just horizontal. Don't worry.
You're completely misunderstanding what's happening
No,
in reality.
I know exactly what's happening. I see what here's what we've got to understand, Toymar. From A to B in reality is a straight line, the shortest distance. That distance in reality is on the horizontal plane. I'm telling you the level is horizontal, and that distance is a measured horizontal distance.
Does your shortest distance follow the surface of Earth, or is it just...
No, it's the shortest distance because
yeah, I agree. Okay,
it's the shortest distance. There can be no longer distance, or it could not be possibly shorter, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
yeah.
That's horizontal, right?
I don't agree. No.
Well, what is it then? If it's not horizontal,
I don't agree. I don't agree. What's wrong with you, Omar?
Yeah, skeptical. Thanks for that valuable contribution to the discussion.
No, you've been contradicting. You've been ridiculous. Like, you're not addressing Biff's point. He's been completely blatant what he's saying.
This is the ball away. You have to be like this to have a globe model. He's just showing everyone. It's okay. Paradox acceptance.
So if you look at the more recent picture I posted, that's that's 42 minutes after the hour.
Is this one got a drop or a hump?
That's got the hump because it's not actually horizontal.
You really like that.
But it's depth is parallel to the chord line. So you're looking along the chord line, but the actual ground, the water, is rising from you, right? So you're not actually horizontal in that picture.
Where's horizontal in the picture?
That's the
and you wouldn't
perpendicular
you wouldn't
to
have
the water
any
level.
idea of a concept of
horizontal.
intersecting horizontals, would you? Because they don't exist anywhere, right?
Well, no.
I mean, surely you can't draw intersecting horizontals when you know
you can.
In reality there are no such things.
I've done this before.
What, you've drawn them, or have you ever seen an intersecting horizontal anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen non-parallel verticals. So necessarily the horizontals at these
You've
two
seen
locations.
non-parallel verticals? Wow.
Yeah, I've seen.
That's a big claim.
Good evidence that verticals are not parallel.
Where did you see this evidence?
That's easy to observe. That's
I've
easy to
worked
observe.
with verticals all my construction life, and I've never found two that are different. And if I did,
you're trying to use water levels. Straight. Are you trying to use water levels to falsify non-parallel verticals?
No, you're talking about verticals. How did you measure non-parallel verticals? Please tell us.
You can use elevation angles between two distant positions on Earth.
Oh, you said you saw it. Where'd you see it?
Yeah, drop from horizontal plane, for example. That's a straightforward observation.
You said you saw verticals, not parallel.
Yeah, that's exactly that.
Where?
That doesn't matter. It
does. It definitely matters.
It's a location where you have
claimed it.
a long line of sight across.
No, you've
about 10 kilometers.
You've contradicted yourself about 8 times, and now you've just called and claimed that you've seen something.
Did you keep count?
Back your claim, please.
Yeah, you've said you've seen it. We want to hear about you've seen verticals not parallel.
Yeah, I've seen non-parallel horizontal planes.
No, that's not what you said. You changed it.
Well, necessarily vertical being perpendicular to horizontal. If you see two locations on Earth which are the same elevation but not sharing a horizontal plane,
all horizontals
the
are
horizontal
definitely
planes,
parallel, though.
No, that's just the definition. That has no relation to reality. Just like that.
Oh, so you've seen intersecting horizontals, then, have you? Or are you going to claim once again you've seen non-parallel verticals? Where?
Yeah, I can actually.
Where? Back your claim. Otherwise,
it doesn't matter. I don't want to
you
talk
just
to
go
myself.
onto
It's
the
pretty
list
close to.
of
It's pretty close to where I
claims
live,
by
but
people that obviously are lying. Because you've just contradicted yourself twice. You've got a drop
a demonstration
and a
of
hump.
non-parallel verticals. So
you've got a demonstration.
Yeah. I posted it. It's just a PDF.
You said you'd seen them, Hoymar.
Yeah, I have.
You said you'd seen non-parallel verticals.
Yeah. It's a simplification, but.
Oh my god!
No,
He's just put up a drawing and just put verticals that are a little bit tilted from each other.
Okay, Paige, great job. You looked at the first page without understanding a single thing. It's ridiculous. Great job.
You're ridiculous, Hoymar.
You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
Great job.
He's the best the Globe's got. I mean, come on.
I mean, the point is that you can't explain anything about this. You just strawman
We
away
are
with
just talking
optics
about
and whatnot.
stupid shit that Blues said, and you're defending it and making it even worse.
I fucking love it.
I'm not talking about blue. I'm not talking about blue.
You're talking about the bridge.
You're the one that brought the bridge back into the topic of conversation, Hoymar.
because-
You are the one that is wearing this around your neck at the moment. And
You
you're
haven't
trying to
brought
sort
Sammy
out.
or Jesse or anybody back. You've brought this argument back.
nobody.
You've dropped
Yeah,
Blue
because
in
the
the deep
bridge
shit.
proves that we live on a sphere.
What does?
Your vertical lines are all vertical. Page 4 out of 6, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 6. All those lines are all vertical and all the same.
You
only on
can't,
that one
Paige, you can't possibly have read the whole thing
Even
in 2 minutes.
even within mathematics.
No, I don't need to. It's
You
ridiculous.
don't need to, right? Just keep denying it. It's easier, isn't it?
Cartesian coordinate system.
I've seen guys use
Let
verticals
someone speak to you.
necessarily being parallel.
Their job relies on it, right, Buster?
Relies, yeah. Maps, yeah.
Wow. Imagine that, Hoymar.
Hoymar has admitted in the text that he is only here to divert.
Yeah.
He's not here to be constructive at all.
You're lying, DP.
He's a troll.
You're absolutely lying.
He's
I
a
did not say that.
troll.
Really?
Definitely not a Glober,
Hoymar.
because you said some
because
stupid shit, Hoymar.
You
They
are
won't have
only
it.
here to divert.
I was referring
I
to
can
Mike.
imagine George going now, like, what are you talking about?
Because-
There's a drop
because
and a
Mike
measured drop and
demonstrated-
a measured hump. On the
Mike
vertical, how
demonstrated
can you
that
have a
his-
vertical? Do you
his
even know what the
denial
vertical datum is?
outweighs his ability to
On the
reason.
second picture, you've got A and B equaling 180 degrees, C and D 180 degrees, E to F 180 degrees, G to H 180 degrees.
Second picture. What about it?
180 degrees.
They're parallel, right?
Yeah, you sum the angles, and if they are greater than 180 degrees, then your verticals are not parallel.
If they're greater
And we can
where?
observe that in reality.
Sorry, if what's a greater where?
Alright, so you have two positions on Earth.
Yeah.
At a sufficient distance, let's say 10 or 20 kilometers.
Yeah.
I think in this example it was what was it? It was actually 58.2 kilometers. I mean,
Do
that's
you
fine too.
are you saying that all right angles are equal? Are we still? Does that still
Well,
apply?
That's a geometric,
Yeah, a
definition. I
geometric
agree to that.
fact
Yeah, I agree to that.
of reality.
It applies to reality, yes.
Yes. Okay. So all right angles are equal. Brilliant. Carry on.
Yeah, right. So if you have two locations, right, then which have a line of sight, they must have a line of sight for this test to work. Now you go and establish a horizontal plane at each of those locations, and you measure the elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the opposing point, right?
No.
So you have two.
No. Wait a minute. You're talking about a gnat's fart of an angle on the vertical, are you? Over
I'm talking
what
about
sort of distance?
elevation angles.
Yeah, an elevation angle, vertical. Yeah, it's not azimuthal, is it?
No, it's
okay,
vertical.
so it's a
yeah.
vertical angle. Yeah,
Correct. Vertical angle, right?
Of what sort of? What's the average vertical angle that you measure?
My what?
What's your average vertical angle when you do this? What's the average of the angles that whenever you normally get?
That depends on the elevation difference between your two locations.
Mm-hmm. So what's your average? That's why I asked you for an average.
Oh, the average. Well, if you plot all these elevation angles into a diagram, it will always be around 90 degrees.
No,
more
I
or
said
less.
when
Zero,
you
actually.
measure your angles, when you do this, because you are the one that's doing this, right? When you measure your angles, because you're the one that's in it, what's your average when you measure the angles? What's the average? 90, did you say?
Actually, yeah, I correct myself. It's zero, roughly. It's
zero?
Between, let's say, yeah, that's the
Roughly.
average. But your question doesn't make any sense, Biff. What are you getting at?
Okay, so when you go out to measure elevation angles, you'll get an average of 0.
I mean, we have two locations,
Sounds
right?
a bit
you
fucking
don't
ridiculous,
even know.
right?
Your
Yeah.
question is ridiculous.
Sounds to me like Hoymar doesn't know what he's talking about.
Can I just finish my point then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
please, because it is
Oh,
quite entertaining.
Okay, yeah, you have two locations with a line of sight. You measure the elevation angles in both locations to the opposing location, right? You have two angles, which
Angles
are
of
your...
what? Which are averaged at, give us an average, 0.
0, yeah.
What do you mean?
So
What do
could
you
you
want? What kind of-
use this method to make your tool horizontal? I mean, is it like a calibration sort of thing?
No, you know
Like a
how
two-peg test.
you know very well
Can I-
how
can I-
auto levels work, right?
Can I just ask how many times you've done this to get an average of 0?
I'm guessing
0.
0.
Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Average of. Come on, average.
The average absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because you haven't done it at all, have you, Hoymar?
The kind of thing I'm describing. Well, I haven't measured that what I'm describing now.
You haven't done it, have you,
But
Hoymar?
I have observed it myself. But
What have you observed?
You've observed it, but he hasn't done it.
You've
I've
observed nothing.
I've observed drop from my horizontal plane, as you all did as well, but you deny it exists.
Oh, Hoymar, you're such entertainment. This is so funny.
If there's
Well,
a drop from a
you-
horizontal change, that's just a change in elevation.
It's an elevation.
No,
change,
of 2 points of equal elevation. 2 points of equal elevation, and they are not lying in one horizontal
2
plane.
points of equal elevation is just a horizontal line.
Yeah, they're on a horizontal already.
Yeah, Hoymar.
Yeah, you can keep
How can you have
asserting
an
that,
equal
but it's not
elevation with one
incongruent.
lower
You
than
can't
the
just
other?
assert
It's not
that.
congruent with
That's-
reality.
Because
you
it's
can assert it because it's true.
true,
Yeah.
Hoymar. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why we're asserting it.
Here,
Yeah,
here,
keep
Hoymar, right?
preaching-
Your
keep
problem
preaching
you've
your
got
religion.
is, you see, if they're on the same horizontal, right, then there's no vertical change in either
No,
of them.
same elevation bit.
If
That's
there's a
all we know.
vertical
Same
change,
elevation.
they're not in the same horizontal plane.
You can keep asserting that. Prove
Well,
it in
that's-
reality, and I'll be convinced. Yeah, prove that your verticals are
You
actually
can prove
all
in reality
parallel.
with
All
water level, you
horizontals.
ding dong.
Yeah.
You can't falsify radial
What?
verticals with a water level. The water level
You
is not
can't
fit for a
can't
star.
what?
Radial
The water level
verticals.
is by definition a tool for establishing a horizontal. By definition.
And a lens.
So what? So what?
Hang
Does
on,
that
he
falsify?
says radial verticals as well.
Yeah. Radial fan out from the center of gravity. That's what a vertical is defined as.
Fan out.
Verticals
Is that why they're
Plum
like-
Bob's
is that
fanning
why they're
out.
parallel
Hang on,
the
hang on.
drawing?
Verticals are now defined as a radial. No.
Give me your definition of vertical
No.
in the real world.
Perpendicular to the horizon.
Perpendicular to the horizon. But
Yeah.
that's not actually the definition that's used. But
Is
I
it
mean,
not?
we can use that.
Right,
Yeah, we can.
right,
Let's see if I,
use
let's
that.
see if I can find one of that. Like you say, it's not used. Not used by who?
Your
You
definition
don't
of
use it.
vertical.
Can you supply us a definition for
Yeah.
radial verticals
Radial
as
verticals.
well?
We'll
Bev-
have a
Bev will
race,
get-
right? I'll get
Bev will
on
get you
something
one,
that's
and-
never used, a really rare
and-
one, and you get us the one that you use.
Yeah, radial verticals. Go, Hoymar.
Yeah. So
Go on,
Radial
get your definition.
Surely
You
you
should
must
be
have
busy
radial
Googling.
horizontal as well.
I don't have to Google
There's
that.
got to be at least
would I want
one
to Google
surveying
that?
manual somewhere that talks about
You want to look
radial.
up? No, you want someone give him the Imaginometry book. Oh no, sorry, it's not a book. Just think of it.
There you go.
You
There's
don't have
one.
to Google it because it's not there.
That one.
I
Boom.
don't. I don't.
Make that shit up.
These adjectives mean being at or approximately at right angles to the horizon or level ground.
Come on,
All right,
Hoymar. Where's
fire?
yours? Where's yours, Hoymar?
So-
Come on.
Let me give you definition. Give you my
No,
definition of
post it.
vertical.
Post it.
Yeah,
Don't
I've done that
just
about
say it.
10
Vertical.
times.
Vertical.
Yeah, here's another
What
one.
is a vertical? What is a
Vertical
vertical, man?
and upright are often used to signify contrast with what is
Oh, God.
horizontal. Perpendicular and plumb are generally used to specify an angle of precisely 90 degrees, a perpendicular.
Plump.
Is that all right?
That's great.
Go on.
I agree with plump.
All right, I'm going to go for another one. I'm going to go for another one. Come on.
I mean, yeah, we
Hoymar.
can cherry pick.
Let's
we can
have
cherry
your,
pick.
let's have your radial one. Come on.
But we have
You're
to
3 for nothing at the
reference
moment,
Earth.
Hoymar. Come on.
Astronomy underneath it.
Astronomy.
In astronomy.
Geography.
There you go.
Yeah,
Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, we use Euclidean
God,
geometry, you know.
I'm afraid this is not very productive if you just keep
It is
talking over
productive when
me and
somebody's
each
telling
other.
you
Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Do you understand? Omar? Read that.
What's productive is somebody posting definitions and
Yeah.
you just disagree with them and say,
Uh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Read that.
That's actually you
Nuh-uh,
guys who are doing
I
that
don't
all
agree
the
with
time.
that.
we're not. We're posting up there in the live chat. There are definitions being posted.
Yeah, and here's
You
another one.
posted
Here's one
zero.
for horizontal, right?
I just
Horizontal
posted mine. If you actually
is
care
parallel
just
to the
scroll up
plane
and
of the
see what I
horizon.
posted.
So that
You have
works
an average
very
of 0
well,
posts.
right? Perpendicular to the
It's
plane of the
upright.
horizon and parallel to the plane of the horizon.
So
Vertical,
we need to
horizontal.
we need to establish the plane of the horizon first.
Okay, parallel. The horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, so we need
it's horizontal.
a true horizon, right?
Obviously horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, the water.
So that's
Horizontal.
on the ocean that applies, but if you're on land, you're lost with that.
Every horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's what makes all of the horizontals
Yeah, no. We were
parallel
talking
to
about
one
the
another.
definition of vertical. Remember? Definition of vertical.
Okay,
You said plane of the horizon.
okay.
So that only applies if you see the true horizon,
Perpendicular.
like on the ocean.
Perpendicular to a horizontal plane. At every point.
That has
How's
no
that?
relation
Does
to
that
Earth.
sound good?
You need to reference Earth if
geometric.
we are talking about reality, Bev.
That's all we're talking about. Is reality.
That's where
You can't just-
horizontals exist in reality, right? They're,
Yeah,
they're
yeah, but
nowhere
you,
else.
you need to reference Earth in some way.
Yeah, like that's what
Yeah.
we do.
For your
Do you not
definition to
know
be
where
valid in this
horizontal
context.
is?
Plane of the horizon.
Do
Have
you not
never seen
know
the horizon?
where
Okay, plane of the
horizontal
horizon,
is?
great.
I
So
feel you.
we
Feel
are
for you,
we are.
man. Have you got vertigo?
I don't.
No.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Is
So
that your
we know
definition
what
then?
horizontal is then. Good.
So your definition of vertical only works if we are on the ocean and see the true horizon.
No,
Would
it
you
works.
agree?
It works everywhere, right?
So,
Horizontal and
does a-
vertical at all times are always perpendicular. So everywhere
does your
there is a
Blumbob
horizontal,
reference-
there will always be a perpendicular vertical. And as
Yeah, yeah.
all
Yeah, I know
horizontals are parallel to each other,
You can assert that, but
I'll leave that one up to you.
yeah.
I know it's a scary thought,
is
but I'll
your
leave
does
that with you.
does your Blumbob reference the plane of the horizon?
It just references a vertical, doesn't it?
Yeah. And so, how would you define the vertical that Blumbob establishes?
I just go, there you go, there it is. I wouldn't need to define it because it'd be there, wouldn't it?
It's perpendicular to the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I mean, that
Yeah,
why
but
would you
the
need to
Blumbob
describe
doesn't-
it like that? It's just
Yeah, but
vertical.
your previous definition doesn't
You
apply
know
to the
what it
Blumbob, does
is.
it?
You know what it is. And a vertical change is a change on that vertical.
Do you
Correct,
think there's a drop in the horizontal?
Horizontal? What do you mean? A plane?
Well, does it drop?
Can you clarify what you mean?
Well, is one end either equal level 2, or is it lower than the other end?
That's I don't agree with your definition of level.
Oh, is it 2D? Can we agree on 2D?
What about the physics of level? What about that?
I don't
Yeah,
agree with your
let's talk about
definition
physics
of
of
level.
level. That's great.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Did you understand this question? Are you sure?
Can we agree that horizontal plane is 2D?
A plane. Well, its surface is 2D. Yeah.
It doesn't. Well, okay. A horizontal plane, right? Superficies, out superficies. That's why superficies is so much fucking better than a surface. A horizontal plane, superficies, is 2D.
I know. I don't know. It's
Is that might be a law of identity violation there? You know, I need to leave myself a little bit of wiggle room.
We gotta have our acceptable paradoxes.
Yeah.
We gotta have that. Allow some room for acceptable paradoxes.
I don't agree with your definition of level. Oh, all right.
yeah.
Oh,
I think it's
Well, your definition of level is just level is
Not our
horizontal. And
definition.
that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Which
every
is-
tool
which
every
is-
tool
it is
relies
flat.
on that definition.
not ours.
It's not
Exactly.
ours. It is the definition when
Yeah.
you're using horizontal and vertical tools.
Well
It's
said.
defined by the water level.
That's not true actually. It's not true.
Oh,
Yes, it
come
is.
on,
In
Hoima.
In context, hang on, Harma. In context, when you're using tools that create horizontals, level is not your definition ever. And is my mic coming through?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
And do you think that the horizon drops and that's Earth curve?
The horizon doesn't. I mean, there's a dip of the horizon.
Right.
But
Do
the
you think
horizon
that,
itself
do you think
is
that is
just
Earth curve?
a distance from you.
The dip that you just mentioned. Do you think that's Earth curve?
Yeah.
So not optical over that distance ever. That's
Well,
nothing to do.
optics play into it. We can go down that road, but you
So
won't,
which is it?
you aren't
Which-
gonna like it.
Which is it to you? Is it optical or is it physical Earth curve? Dipping.
Well, so generally, optics play into all observations on Earth. You would probably agree to that, right?
Yep.
Right. So now we have to examine what do they actually do. How do they change what we perceive?
Do they change horizontals at all? Ever?
That's not what Rakia's question was.
Yes, I am. I'm getting directly to that. If you're thinking that that dip is a drop from horizontal, okay, we can talk about that. But if you think that's horizontal curving, then it's
I'm
one
not
of
claiming
your
horizontal curves.
Are you claiming
I hope not.
intersecting horizontals then?
So as you create a horizontal is created and you go up above, right, the surface, wherever you're at, of course the horizontal is going to be above the horizon at a certain point. It's always above, but optically it only appears to be above at a certain point and distance. Well, why can't you get that?
That's not in contention. That's not a point.
Yeah, no, yes it is. You're calling it dip. You're calling it earth curve, but it's just you going up with your horizontal and viewing distance outwards away from you, and then that optical change happens where before the water and that horizontal appear to meet, but they don't. But then when you get far enough up and you're looking far enough out in distance, you can see that what you call dip, what I call just an optical illusion.
So it's optical illusions all the way?
It's always optical when you're looking into the distant atmosphere. Horizontal
observations are optical, yeah. I mean,
yeah, I'm glad we agree. And then horizontal is if you're 1 foot above a horizontal plane and another is below or above you 1 foot, that's always parallel. If you move up 2 feet, you're now 2 feet above the surface. 3 foot, 3 foot. If you go below 2 foot, you're below 2 foot, and it's always parallel. That's what horizontals are.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
That's why you don't
move
use
along
the
a vertical.
horizon. Yeah, that's why the horizon is only an optical point, like a viewing point. Perspective, atmospheric conditions create that horizon, right? Not the horizontal. Hello?
Well, it's, no, actually, it's not as easy as that.
No, actually, it
if
is.
If you say atmospheric conditions and illusions and whatnot.
Come on, Hoymars. No. If it's not horizontal, what is it?
Yeah, that's what we're asking. If it's not horizontal,
stop faffing about. It's level, right? What's level?
Well, that just means
everybody knows what horizontal is. Everybody knows that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Everybody knows that.
Yeah,
what's
geometric
level
definition.
if it's not
with
horizontal?
That. Level just means a surface of equal elevation.
That's in your model.
Like horizontal.
No, that's the certain
like horizontal, a zero change on the axis, the Z axis. No change on the vertical axis.
The shape of the level surface.
You know what the vertical axis?
As you always like to do.
Do you know what the vertical axis is? In the Cartesian coordinate system, do you know what the vertical axis is?
Yeah, I do.
Right, so no change in the vertical axis means... What shape's that? It's on a horizontal, isn't it? Just come on, just admit it. No change in the vertical axis in the Cartesian coordinate system means it's a horizontal plane.
Well, that means that all verticals that you move along are parallel.
No way.
That's your assertion.
No. I just said a zero change in the Cartesian coordinate system on the vertical, which we do use the Cartesian coordinate system in reality, but a zero change in that is on a horizontal plane. Now, you know that, yet you're still willing to say it's not, right? Because your model, right?
No.
Your model's going to make you deviate from it.
What you said applies perfectly, yeah. But in reality, we don't refer.
Yes, we do. We use Euclidean geometry and we use the Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, and Z.
Vertical datum. We only have a vertical datum.
Yes.
That's all we refer elevation changes to.
Yeah, and then we have an XY grid, especially in the UK. Yes, we have an elevation change
from a vertical datum, and we have a grid reference system, X and Y. X, Y, Z. Horizontal planes. All horizontals are parallel. Everybody knows that.
I would like to get back to Rakia's point about optics. Oh, he left. Perhaps someone of you can answer that. So, how do optics falsify an observation or a measurement of drop from the horizontal plane? Or let's say curvature, like in
measured
the
vertical
photos.
changes and elevation change, as we've just discussed.
No,
Yes.
that's referred to a datum. I wanted to know how optics falsify observations of drop from horizontal.
Well, you measure a drop in the vertical with a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane.
No.
That's how you measure it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you only need to
it's tough
measure
for you.
an elevation angle.
Yeah, but
It's negative.
there's no optical thing there. You make sure you don't look too far, and then there's no optical effect, and that's how you measure the elevation changes.
Can I point out this is the first time I've ever heard a Glober quote from QE?
What do you mean?
You're parroting QE.
Parroting QE? By
Yeah,
doing what?
You are Glober.
By doing what?
Yeah, your angle of elevation.
So what about it? It's used all the time. In surveying, celestial navigation. Surveying and celestial navigation are two fields that come to mind.
Okay.
It's not a drop, though.
Didn't you know that?
It's not a drop.
You should look into celestial navigation. It's quite intriguing.
Well, we're not talking about celestial navigation. All right, just...
Well, we're talking about Earth. These are all, sciences related to Earth.
And when you go
But
up with
anyway.
an elevation change, all the horizontals are parallel.
We're talking about Earth, and you're looking to the sky to navigate.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Ask our predecessors how they got to do that and why it works.
Shadow Giants! Shout out to the Shadow Giants!
No, it's only a few hundred years old.
Yeah?
You need to ask
Yeah,
those
those
guys
shadows
how they got
were
to looking
fucking
at the lights in the
huge.
sky.
Weren't they?
Yeah, ask those. They had the
there's some
idea
big
and,
shadows to live up to, aren't they?
Sorry, what?
I said those Shadow Giants are some big shadows to live up to.
Shadow giants.
Yeah.
Not sure. Are we in fairy tale territory here, or?
You're standing on the shadows, the shoulders of shadows.
Oh.
Aren't you?
I've no fucking clue what you're talking about, sorry.
No, you've no clue
People
what
that
you're
you're
talking about.
citing, what is it that they told you?
Who am I citing, or what you mean?
What about the angle of elevation gives you any kind of leg to stand on? What does that prove for you? What's an angle of elevation do for you?
It measures a vertical change compared to my horizontal plane.
Yeah, what can you do with an angle?
I can do geometry with it.
An angle.
Go on then.
Go on then,
Yeah.
off you go.
So yeah, that's what I was trying to explain previously.
Okay. Let's start off with 33 degrees. Let's go. What we doing?
33 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to like that number, Biff.
Mm-hmm. Go on, what
Are
we
you a
doing with it?
Freemason?
What we
Don't worry
doing
about
with
the
it?
number. Let's talk about the angle.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
we doing
Get
with
on, get on with it. Get on with it,
No
Hoyma.
context, no further
you're doing
information.
something.
Just
Yeah.
33.
Yeah. You
So
said
you
you
can
could do
angle.
geometry.
No.
Let's go.
What premise is that?
Geometry
Doesn't
that
matter.
you said you could do with one angle.
So I didn't. I
A
didn't.
wangle.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you
Wangle
I was talking
You
about
get
at
an
least.
angle. You get an angle, angle of elevation. What are you gonna do with it?
I don't want to. Your premises are not productive. They won't get us anywhere.
What about
Can-
if we
can
tell
you-
you it's 4:30?
You did that yesterday, yeah. You made your funny little
430
game
wangle.
that is.
Yeah, but
Wangle.
Betty told you, didn't he?
The
But you're
Bev's
right.
wangle. You like
Mhm.
wangles, don't you? Of 33 degrees.
Oh, Hoymar, stop obfuscating. What are you going to do with your angle?
So do you want me to make the
You were
point?
the one that was trying to make
how
fun
you
of me
can-
and said
mhm,
it's
how-
used. It's used in navigation. It's used in surveying. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do with an angle?
Yeah.
Come on.
They don't just use only that angle. You're misrepresenting
Oh, so
what
you
they do.
can't do anything with just the angle then?
I mean, every child could tell you that
What I
just
could
an
do is
angle
I
will
could
get
get
you anywhere.
another angle. Yeah, you could.
Hoymar, there was a direct question there. You can't do anything with just the angle then. You just said that.
When did I say you use just an angle to do anything whatsoever? Can you point me at the timestamp in your stream where I said
was
that?
you said you could do something with an angle. You said it's geometry.
That's exactly how.
The angle is part of a process, yeah.
So you have an
In all
angle,
cases that
33
I'm
degrees.
referring to.
What are you going to do with it?
So you want me to describe the process? I can do that.
Using just the angle, which is what you claimed you could do.
I did not claim that. You're
Yes,
lying.
you did.
I
You
did
said
not.
you could do something with an angle. You have an angle, 33
This is
degrees.
part
Now,
of a
what
whole.
are you
I
going
did
to
not
do with it?
isolate the angle. Why do you set up a stupid premise?
No, it's you that said you
You're
could
setting
do
up a
something.
stupid premise. Why are you doing
Hoymar.
that? I have no intention to continue discussing this.
I heard
Well,
you
go
say
away then.
angle of elevation like 4 or 5 or more times, pointed it out. Then you tried to make fun of me and say it's used in celestial navigation. It's used in surveying. Try to learn something. I'm like,
That's
well,
not
what do you
making
do with
fun
an
of you,
angle?
Buster.
No,
Why do you
okay,
think
so
it's
what
making
can
fun
you
of
do
you?
with an angle of elevation? What do you do with an angle?
Yeah, as you can see from the phrase angle of elevation, it's part of a whole. It's not just a fucking number.
You've got
Right.
an angle of elevation. What are you going to do with it? Come on.
It depends on what you want to do. Are we talking celestial navigation or surveying or
Just the angle. You've measured
just
the angle.
So
What
we're
are you
back
going
at
to
your
do with
stupid
it?
premise, DP.
No, it's you
What
that
are you
said you
doing?
could do
What are
something
you
with
doing?
an angle, Hoymar. Now get on with it and prove your claim.
I didn't claim that you have just
Yes, you
an
did.
angle and nothing else.
You said
No,
you could
that's
do
stupid.
something with an
Yeah, you can.
angle,
Okay, if we
Hoymar.
are going to, if you want to continue this, you can do it with someone
It's
else.
you that
but
started
I have
it.
to. Yeah, I can't discuss
It's you
that
that
with
claimed you could do something with it. Now get on with it. Do something with your
you. I
angle.
didn't claim it. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I'll have to wait until we get to something else.
You'll have to wait until because you can't do anything with an angle.
Obfuscate, yeah.
Yeah. Because you're only here to divert, aren't you?
It's Blue's 28.5 meter vertical rise in between the elevation. I think that's what he's trying to get to, right? By showing that the horizontals are always parallel. Every time anybody ever does a drawing or whatever, it doesn't matter. They are always parallel. And always parallel to the plane of the horizon. Shout out T-shirt logic. That what he wants to do is get us to really focus in on this vertical change and these horizontals always being parallel. Because it's a massive paradox for you, isn't it, Hoymar? You have to try and divert and like skip away, get around it somehow. But you brought it round, right? Because what you did was you got Rakir's Bridge, and you brought Soundly's pictures back in, Jesse Kozlowski driving over it, and what they did was you put that on a vertical plane, right? That showed us that there's another paradox, that on that vertical plane are the verticals parallel. It's an interesting thing, that, isn't it? Because if you have a bridge in reality and you put a plane there and you make it a vertical plane, then all those verticals are parallel, aren't they? Because if they're not, then you can't have a horizontal plane on those, or at least the horizontal isn't technically the shape that you think it is. But it can't be, right? Horizontal has to be a straight line. You can't suddenly make a horizontal start curving, get spherical shaped, because that'd be ridiculous. It'd be almost as ridiculous as somebody thinking level has a spherical shape to it as well.
That'd be kind of like a bendizontal.
Yeah. Spherizontal, like if you're doing in 3D.
Curvizontal.
But that horizontal one's a fucking massive paradox, isn't it, Oimar? Keep trying to avoid it. But it's there. It's going to be staying there. It's not going anywhere.
Well, it's Hoymar that's brought it all back again.
Yeah.
And Betty with the t-shirt logic.
Betty bringing dropping the t-shirt logic like a fucking night bomb. Boom.
I mean, that was on the back burner. That had been on the back burner for, what, a year probably? And then all of a sudden,
my
bam.
T-shirt. Yeah.
And then Betty brings it back.
Yeah.
It's funny, the two things that are prickling them the most at the moment, one's been brought back by Hoymar and the other's been brought back by Betty.
Yeah.
We went over them a year, 18 months ago, and they were there. They were on the back burner, but Hoymar's brought it front and centre, and Betty's brought the parallel horizontals front and centre.
How simple is it? Vertical, horizontal, perpendicular. No, there's no globe.
Occam's razor, innit?
No globe. It's just have to imagine it. It's the only way you've got it. Just imagine it. Because in reality, it's not there. I'm sorry. He's not back. Oh, I don't know whether he might be getting upset. He might not be able to hear that horizontals are all parallel. I don't know how anyone would hearing it, you think it can't be like that, really, can it? I mean, like, how do you know that horizontal's horizontal? And how do you know that horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular? And then, where are the horizontals meant to intersect? And if no horizontals ever intersect, then like that, you've really got to think about it. Really got to think about it. Because you won't ever find a horizontal intersecting with another horizontal. Only conceptually.
We've asked.
I can't even conceptual it.
We have asked for somebody to show us these intersecting horizontals many times.
Mm-hmm.
Not one.
We are only here in this server. Most people don't want to talk to us, but understandably, right? I mean, how can anyone refute horizontals being parallel? I don't know. That's probably why most people don't want to come and talk to us. Because it's not delusional either. It's just reality. Everybody knows it is.
Basic reality.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's tough to find out that, isn't it? Like, I love it's globe. It's like, how can it be a globe? Well, I agree that horizontals are parallel. Well, yeah. But, it's globe. I went through it with my dad. It's got a hold on people. It's okay though. Everyone, if you're listening and you're sort of fearing that you might be losing grip of your model, just know it was only ever in your imagination anyway. So keep hold of it. It doesn't really matter. Just don't let it affect reality. Like, there's no need to go fighting horizontals not being parallel or trying to, you know, like think. Because you're never going to falsify it.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you can try. Go on, Hoymar. No? No. Maybe you could draw a hump, draw a circle. I can draw a circle.
This is exactly whatever. I don't know, I've just drawn a circle. Classic.
That's why it should be in Imaginometry, right? You keep your model in your mind, because the moment you draw a circle, you're struggling. You've got vertical and horizontal to fit on it. You end up with vertical being in every direction, and you end up with horizontal also being in every direction. And the correct answer, actually, for your model, Hoymar, is when you say horizontals aren't parallel, you say, the ones on antipodal ones are. That's, in case you're wondering for next time, the globe. That's the globe answer. Antipodal horizontals are. Shout out to the model afflicted. Hopefully we're getting less and less model affliction.
We've got a question from Mike Jones in the chat. Can we now all agree that you can do fuck all with an angle?
I would definitely agree, yes.
Right, and I think Hoymar's demonstrated that fact.
Yeah.
That he can do fuck all with an angle.
Yep. Unless, like I was pointing out the other day, if you know someone who's got a phobia of angles, then you could possibly scare someone with it. I was thinking of other ways to achieve something with an angle. But I'm specifically, Hoymar, for your globe Earth brothers over there, solidarity with them with the sextant. Just tell them next time when they get the sextant out, tell them, you know, specifically for that thing you've got there, you can do fuck all with an angle, right? And that thing you've got there just measures angles. Tell them that first. That's the official next level approach to sextant talk. Or ask them what they do with it. Tell them that next time when you bring up the sextant talk, say, they keep asking me, I've got an angle. What am I doing with it? What's the procedure? Write it down. Step 1, measure angle. Step 2, that's where we get stuck. There's nobody seems to have a step 2.
You even gave him up past 4 and he still couldn't do anything with it.
A monangle. See? Not a wangle. A monangle. See, there's many different names, Hoymar. You have to keep up with this. Which one do you like best? Let's have a check. Let's check with the chat, see who's listening. I don't know whether I did ask. How do you think Hoymar did? And then we'll see, you know, for I guess you could mark him out of 10 on, put like 4 out of 10 for obfuscation, like 0 out of 10 for globe facts, 10 out of 10 for avoidance. He did really well. I think he's good. He's one of the best at that. Like 8 out of 10 for being able to deflect. He's got a high subversal rate as well, isn't he?
I'd like to give him a 10 out of 10 for bringing the Rakia Bridge back.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, I would like to. I can you remember that, Hoymar, when you first came back round here as a proper, like, you were like fresh. I've only been round here for 2 weeks. You said I've come straight from QE's. I think was that.
I'd give. Oh, what?
I think that's where he came from, Hoymar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Look at the shitstorm he's created now. Who would have
No,
thought?
he's like this. This is what he came for.
I'd give him a 2 out of 10 for proving verticals not being parallel.
Do you actually like the Rakia Bridge, as you like to call it? What he did. Would you rather have it exist or not? Like the complete thing.
Hoymar, you're my favorite. You're my favorite baller, bro. Right now.
Well, thanks, Mario. It's great to hear that from you.
Honestly,
I'd have to disagree with
No,
that. My mum's my favourite baller.
Yeah.
Bumpus is my fave.
Do you think it's good evidence that your worldview is correct? The Rakia Bridge.
Worldview. That all horizontals are parallel. I think that'll be my
that
opening
changes
one,
everything
right?
about the current established.
I don't think Rakia Bridge demonstrates a worldview. Geometric principles is what's in dispute with what's claimed to be measured by Mr. Kozlowski.
Yeah, I mean that's not what I asked. I just want
geometric
to know
principles. My worldview doesn't hinge on the Rakia Bridge.
No,
but
I know that.
geometric principles that have been incorrectly demonstrated by Mr. Kozlowski have to be exploited as the lie they are.
You're wrong, though. Well, they haven't been incorrectly demonstrated, as we've
they have.
As we've discussed previously. Well, I just wanted to know if you think that this measurement actually, helps your what do you call it? Flat Earth with topography. Do you think that's good evidence for flat Earth with topography?
Nobody here claims to be a flat earther. Why are you building a straw man yet again?
I was just saying.
You've
flat
got,
Earth
you've
with
got
topography.
your little hard on for flat earthers, haven't you?
Yeah,
There's none here. There's none here.
No, you don't you guys are flat Earth. You are flat.
There we go.
With topography.
Here we go. Don't get excited.
Flat topography earthers.
Yep. Flat
What's
with
flat
topography because
flat topography earthers.
You're very good at sophistry, so I have to include topography, or you will immediately scream at me.
Coming from you.
No, that's
like I said, it
can we
doesn't
get?
demonstrate-
Can I
doesn't
get real
demonstrate
earther?
worldview
Can
at
I?
all.
Can
I
I
didn't
take?
say that.
Can
I was
I
just
take?
asking if you think
Can
it's
I
good
take
evidence.
real earther? Is that all right? Or
if you just nick that off of me.
I thought we had that the other day. I thought we were going to have it.
Real
and
earther?
can we have horizontal parallel earther? Like what? How about horizontal parallel planar?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like
Okay,
that one.
what do you think about
Ooh,
plain
horizontal
earther?
parallel HPP?
Plain
You
with
down with the
topography
HPP?
earther.
Yeah, you know me.
Oh, GPP, geometric plane parallels.
So that's it, yeah. Geometric. Well, horizontal plane parallel. Horizontal plane parallel.
So, do you think that the Jesse's measurements
Prove
are
me
evidence?
wrong. How about that?
Do you think they further your cause,
Horizontal
or
plane
are they actually
parallel. Prove me
hindering
wrong.
you? Are they
We
difficult
love
for
him.
you?
We
You
love
love
him
him.
almost as much as you. Well, more than you, because he brought it out just a little bit more.
Okay, great.
He's the originator. You have to understand.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just, I'm
Well, so why
profiting off his work, basically.
Can I just get a question then here? So why are you here, and why is Jesse hiding?
I think Jesse's just, fed up with he knows how these discussions go. He was in the game for, a few months, and then
he wouldn't
decided
wouldn't
just
last round
stop.
here. Watch out.
No.
You don't try.
I
Yeah.
think he would. I think he would with some
No.
practice.
Maybe they're mates. Hey, Hoymar, maybe you guys are mates because you're both in Germany, right?
Jesse?
Yeah.
Is he in Germany?
I don't know. I think he's in America.
That's his brother.
Yeah, his brother.
It's his brother that's in Germany. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
So do you
I
think,
think,
Rakia Bridge is good for your
Jesse,
horizontal plane parallel world?
Jesse lives quite close to Brenda, though, from what I can gather.
Okay.
Like same house.
Possibly.
You know why I love it so much? Here, I'll give you an example, Hoymar. We're at the shoreline of the Rakia Bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one we love so much. We're standing right at the shoreline, right? Now we look out to the other side of the.
It's a beautiful
the water,
view.
right? It's
beautiful.
23.7 miles, right? Now, this is why I love it, because Jesse and Soundly tell us that there's a 28.5 meter hump at the center, right?
And Walter,
this is why I
Walter
love it
Bislin
so
as
much.
well.
No specify.
Yeah.
And
what
Blue.
it actually mean. Like a
Yeah, this is
hump
what I want you to
between
know.
The chord line and the center point of the bridge. Yeah.
Forget lines and chords. You're standing right at the edge.
That's the only correct description of the hump you're referring to.
Yeah, so that hump would be from your feet, because one end of the chord line is at your feet.
Isn't that where the chord line is?
No,
We'll
it's
do
not,
it your
it's
way.
not.
Yes, it is.
Where does the chord line
You're
start?
wrong. You're mistaken.
Where does the chord line start, Hoymar?
It starts at one bridgehead and ends at the other.
Yeah.
Which is at your feet, right?
At your feet.
You're at the shoreline, right?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay.
You could stand at the exact position where the chord line starts. Yes.
Okay, so the elevation of is that where the elevation starts of the hump? At your feet, right? Where the chord line is?
If you actually knew what you were saying, there is no elevation change.
So
except
correct
for
me
the
then.
actual humps.
Okay, back to the shoreline and the chord. Where does that chord line go to? Does it extend all the way to the other side of the bridge?
It does.
Okay, so does it cut through the water?
It does.
Because that's what a chord does, right? Okay, so is there a sagitta above that chord?
Yeah, correct.
Sagitta of water above that chord?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not sure how deep the lake actually is, but it's probably water, yeah.
Probably water? You know it's water, right? Because it's a 28.5 meter hump. So that would be a 90 foot elevation of water from one end of the sagitta to the other.
No,
correct?
it's not.
You see
it's
a
not
hump of
elevation.
water going up and then
Did you
coming
actually-
down, correct?
Hoymar, it is elevation, because you're talking
is not
from the
elevation.
chord line.
Yeah.
That's not what we call elevation in surveying.
You said it. You said from
in
the chord to
surveying,
the
you've never done
sagitta.
any fucking surveying, you idiot.
Well, at this point, I probably know more than some here about it, so don't insult me, EP. That's no basis for a discussion.
Hoymar, You are hiding from what he is saying. Because you know
He's
that what he is
misrepresenting
saying...
the facts.
No, he's
That's what's
not
happening.
misrepresenting the
Well, I
facts.
have to correct him. What am I supposed to do?
He is putting himself at the shoreline with the cord cutting a line between him and the opposite shore. Now, according to Mr. Kozlowski, Blue Marble Science, and every other one of those Muppets that you're citing, there is a 28.5 meter rise in elevation from that cord line at the center of the bridge.
Wrong. Did you actually ever look?
From the cord line.
That's not called elevation. That's not called elevation, DP.
Oymar, you're being dishonest. You said that yourself when we were talking. You said from the cord line.
Can you just use the term vertical distance just so that we don't get confused between actual elevation?
Okay, vertical distance, right. From the cord,
I'm fine
there's a
with that.
vertical distance of 28.5 meters, correct?
Yeah.
So what is a vertical distance from the cord? What does that mean? Is that not elevation?
It's not elevation as we would use it in surveying.
So what is it then?
It's just a vertical distance between, so if we... between the cord line and the center of the bridge. That's
there
all
would
it
be
is.
a rise.
A hump.
What do you mean? Viewed from where exactly?
From the
shore.
Bridgehead.
From the shore.
Viewed from each bridgehead, the other side drops away from your horizontal plane.
Oymar, did you forget the hotel that you told me was there 90 foot?
No, the
you want to
hotel
go back
fits
to that
between the
conversation?
Yeah, the hotel fits between the cord line and the center of the bridge. It's actually below the bridge, but...
So that cord line is at your feet when you're on the bridgehead, so that hotel should be visible.
Exactly.
No.
He is
The point
laughing
is-
because he knows
the point
he
is-
just put the hotel under the water.
Yeah.
It's
Do you get
your
snorkel gear?
Underwater, it's your underwater Pontchartrain Sagitta hotel. Let's
So
call it
when you check
Sagitta
in, they
hotel.
give you a snorkel gear, scuba tank. Come on.
Exactly. Yeah,
you
yeah.
know you're playing. You know you're trolling now, Hoymar.
He's
I mean,
just
come
here
on.
to learn his game, isn't he? That's all he's here.
You know, yeah, DP, yeah. You know from the shoreline, you admitted there's a hotel in the middle there. Now you're putting it underwater? And if you do that,
It's
then you're
always been
admitting from your
water,
foot. Hold
not
on,
real.
Wait. Then if you do that, you're admitting that from your feet to the center of the bridge, there's a rise which a hotel could fit there of water. Either way, it's not good for you, Hoymar.
Can you substantiate why it's not good for me?
Because you just admitted there's a hump of water that you can fit an 8-story hotel in the middle of the bridge, and you say you can't see it. So you're in a
Correct, yeah.
paradox.
No. The cord line goes below the water, as we have established previously.
And it starts at the feet of the beach, as we established previously. So there has to be a
Correct.
rise. How could there not be an elevation from your feet if there's a 90-foot hotel?
There's a vertical distance between your position at the bridgehead and the center of the bridge. There's a
but you
vertical
put it
distance.
underwater, Hoymar. You put it underwater.
Correct, yeah. How does one rule out the other? Can you? I think you
Am I
can't
the only
imagine.
one seeing? I mean, come on, Hoymar.
You can't imagine what the curve actually looks like.
No, I cannot imagine a hotel that
works.
starts at my feet, 12 miles away in the middle of the bridge, right? And not being visible and being underwater. I can't see that, no.
Well, if I recall correctly, it was you who brought the hotel into this and wanted me to position it. Right?
Well, yeah, to put
Do you
in,
remember?
I
didn't put it there. You wanted me to put it there. I was friendly enough to do so. You can now talk about underwater hotels.
Yes, Hoymar, but my point in doing so was to establish that there's a 90-foot hump of material, which you say rises from the shoreline, but yet somehow is not visible, ends up under the water. How is that possible in reality, Hoymar?
What would it be impossible? I mean, it's measured. We only have to go from the measurements explain what that tells us. Right?
What does it tell us? Where does the measurement put the hotel then?
The hotel would be situated exactly on the chord line. Okay, so let's just picture that, right? We have a hotel on the chord line, and it's underwater, right? It's 28.5 meters high. Our hotel. Now, if we stand at the bridgehead and
just imagine it underwater, guys. All right.
Yeah.
Make sure you've got it. Make sure you've got it in your head, right? That he wants to put a mental picture in your head of the chord being underwater.
No,
because
the
then
chord
he
is
can
actually
develop
underwater,
a
and
hump over
only
the
the
top of
hotel
it.
is mental. Bev, come on, be honest. The chord line is measured to be underwater.
Starting from the beach at your feet.
Did you just say the chord line is measured to be underwater? Did you just
Oh
say
my God,
Yeah.
Hoymar.
How?
How? If you look at your position while driving across the bridge, you can connect the bridgeheads by a straight line. That's called a chord line.
It's a straight line in reality on the surface measured from.
No, it's not on the
bridgehead
surface.
to the other.
It's not on the surface. It's not on the surface at all. It's
Each,
just a straight line. Shortest
bits
distance.
of the bridge at either end are on the surface, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we are on the surface, and the straight line is the
both points are on the
shortest
surface.
distance between the 2 points, like Buster just said. Don't be like contradicting yourself. They're on the surface. We went over this right at the very
Bridgeheads are
beginning.
on the surface. Yeah, it's all. Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
the
that's-
shortest distance is a horizontal, right? Like Blue said, that chord,
No, it's
you
not.
can
It's not.
consider that chord a horizontal, though, can't you? Blue
Wait.
said.
Is
Do
he
you know what?
disagreeing with the shortest distance not being a horizontal?
Yes, I am.
No, he's
Because that's
disagreeing
just
with
wrong.
Blue as
That's
well.
That's completely wrong. The
So you
shortest
you're
distance on
disagreeing with
Earth
Blue as well.
is a great
Hoymar.
circle distance.
You're
It's
disagreeing
actually
with
a
Blue.
geodesic. Yeah, it is.
You're disagreeing with Blue as well.
Do you
then,
know?
yeah.
Do you know that the
Hoymar.
Haversine formula?
Hello. You're disagreeing with Blue as well, yeah.
I don't think I do, but you would have to show me what you think I'm disagreeing with, so I can give you my assessment of that.
Did you not watch the videos earlier?
You mean the little, the comedic thing that Beth or you put together?
Are you paid to
No,
come and be a contradictory guy? Because you do know you're going against people when you say that. You can't really say anything in this game with the globe model. The only people that can talk about reality get labelled flat earthers. And because the problem is, well, if you say anything about the globe model, there's always going to be somebody who says you're wrong. They've got a different globe model because everybody's got their own.
Oh,
you
really?
try and make sure they're the same, but the problem with it
if
is because they're imaginary.
Oh, so if I put
It's a
a
bit hard
satellite
to
in
make
orbit,
sure
as
they're
has
the
been done
same.
thousands of times, I can use a different radius
Running
than
away
another
to the
rocket
stars
engineer.
again. Running away to the stars again.
No,
Hoymar.
actual Earth physics.
Yeah, yes.
It was Beth's claim. It was Beth's claim that everybody has their own globe and whatnot.
Yeah,
You do.
It's in your mind.
Because you all imagine different things.
Can you give me 2 examples of different globe
one
models?
is a drop. One is a drop as you look away. 2 is a hump.
Yep.
That's relative to the observer. It's not an
Yeah,
issue.
that's the two. That's one of the paradoxes, isn't it?
No, it's just 2
because
observers.
when in reality it's horizontal, you have 2 different imaginations.
No. 2 different orientations.
Of when you stood at one end of the bridge.
Yeah, 2 people at the bridgeheads.
When
will
you
have
look
different
horizontally
orientations.
at each end of the bridge, which each person looking at each end of the bridge, looking towards each other,
looking towards the end of the bridge, so along
looking
the chord line.
horizontally.
Both
of
so
them.
That's different
Both
orientations.
people looking horizontally, yes, at each end of the bridge.
Would see what, a hump in the middle?
Would see a drop away from their horizontal plane. Each seeing a drop away. Yeah.
Double drop hump. Yeah.
So there would be a hump of water between them, yeah?
Yeah. And their horizontals would both be inclined upwards, like horizontals all
correct.
are.
Indeed,
right?
Bev, you got it. You
Not
got it.
forgetting,
While dropping at the same time.
Not forgetting that
Yeah.
Sean G has said there is no fucking hump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Did you hear what he just said?
And George said it earlier as
Did you
well.
hear what he just said, guys?
Yeah.
He said there's a
Horizontals
hump while
intersecting.
dropping at either end at the same time, right, Hoymar?
Yeah.
What?
Globe model.
Sorry, what?
Globe model dictates.
You said they see a hump in the middle, while at the same time, when each one at either end observes a drop from their perspective
No,
view.
wrong.
Correct?
If they look horizontally, they both see a drop from their horizontal planes.
Okay, that begs the question: can you establish a horizontal?
What do you mean? How? Where?
I'm asking you: can you establish a horizontal and
Yeah.
extend it?
Geometrically, yes. Plane is indefinite, so if I have the horizontal plane, I can extend it indefinitely.
Okay, so if you start from one point and go to from point A to point B, from the horizontal, can you? What happens?
Your horizontal will always be perpendicular to the vertical direction of gravity, right?
All right. Would you say that you agree with if you can establish a horizontal and you can extend it definitely? Do you say, let's say you reference it to a level, what happens?
Then the level will drop away from that horizontal plane.
All right. So let's say you go a mile with your established horizontal. You're saying you can measure down to the level.
So I am at location A. I establish a horizontal from a vertical, right? I go to location B, do the same thing again. Yeah, I can do that.
And what would happen from between horizontal and level?
I would have two unrelated horizontal planes at these two locations, who would actually not be parallel.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
If you can establish a horizontal and you can make it in reality,
Mhm.
you think that level is different than that? Am I correct in making that assumption?
Oh yeah, measurably, it's different. correct.
Measurably. Okay. So
Mhm.
if you establish a horizontal from A to B and reference from A to B the difference from the horizontal to the level, you're saying you could measure down to it physically.
Yes, I could.
All right. So if you go back from B to A and you drop down and make a new horizontal from what you measured down to, what happens when you go back the other way?
What do you mean? I'm walking.
You measured down
back and
you
forth.
You went from A to B and you say you can measure a difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're at B and the measured down difference that you say that's there, you start from that measured down distance and you go from B back to A. With your new horizontal. What happens?
I would measure exactly the same down distance from my new
physically
horizontal. Physically, indeed.
Wow. So infinite drop.
Infinite drop?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you just said you could establish a horizontal, go from A to B, physically measure down. Then you could establish a new horizontal from your physically measured down distance. Establish a new horizontal and go back to A and measure it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will always be the same. I mean, two observers at A, one at A, the other at B, would observe a drop from their horizontal plane, respectively. Yes.
And you said you could physically measure it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
Does it? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Why has this never been done?
It has been done, oftentimes.
Go on then.
What method and tools were used?
You can use a lot of different tools, but
name one.
An auto level,
come on. Isn't this obvious? This is what the globe does, right? He's just literally making it up. That's what every glober you've ever known has ever done. He's no different than any. Except with Hoymar, right? He knows nothing. He'll admit knowing nothing.
but yet willing to make shit up in the top of his head. What has to happen on his model?
I'm not making
Because
anything
you
up.
know that reality can't support it, so you can just make shit up. You have to.
No,
Biff.
Yes.
I'm willing to gamble my left pinky. You've never used any of these tools. You don't know any of the methods. You've never used any of the methods yourself, and you're just repeating what you've heard on YouTube channels. How close am I?
You're far off. How does that relate?
When was the
Why
last
do you
time you
attack-
used any surveying
Rakia.
equipment?
Well,
Rakia,
Rakia,
why
he
do
did
you-
say
why do
he's
you-
physically, he's visually seen verticals not parallel. He said that, but now he doesn't want to back it up.
Rakia, why do you
when was
attack
the last
person
time you
instead
used any
of the
surveying
idea?
equipment, Hoymar?
Why do you attack the person instead of the idea?
When was the last time you used any surveying equipment?
I'm not a surveyor.
When was the last time you used any of the equipment involved in surveying, Hoymar?
I don't need to answer that.
Yes, you
it
do.
It doesn't relate to the discussion.
Yes, it does. And you'll
if you
see
need to
why.
attack the
You will
person, then you
see
don't have
why
any
in a
arguments,
moment.
DP.
You
don't
will
have any
see
arguments.
why in a moment, Hoymar. So
You don't
please
have
answer
any
my
arguments.
question. Answer my question. When was the last time you used any surveying equipment?
No, I will not answer your question, DP.
So
because
can we
it's
take that as
completely
never?
unrelated to the discussion.
Can we take
And
that
you
as never?
do not have an argument, DP.
Can we take that as never, Hoymar?
Depends on what qualifies as surveying equipment.
Theodolite, auto level. I'll even take a water level at this point to establish a level.
Mm-hmm.
So come on in, answer the question.
Well, I've used water levels and spirit levels.
Water level and spirit level, that's as far as your surveying experience goes, yeah?
Yeah, my actual real world
Okay.
surveying experience.
Rakia.
Correct.
Rakia, are you still here?
No, he left. So you didn't have an argument. You need to attack the person, DP.
My
to
next
get any,
question was going
perceived
to be
win.
to Rakia to ask him when the last time he used any surveying equipment was.
Yeah, that would be
You
interesting
are
to hear.
arguing for surveyors and you know nothing.
Why would you say I know nothing?
Because you know nothing.
Because knowledge implies experience.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah, it does.
So school is like completely worthless.
You've read a couple of bump sheets on the internet and watched a couple of YouTube surveyors, yeah?
How telling. You're saying
That's
education
exactly
is
what
worthless,
you've
basically.
Didn't say that. That's a
Well, you said knowledge without experience.
implies experience. You can
Yeah, but
understand
that's-
something.
that's
hey, gather
wrong.
all the understanding you want to on something. But knowledge implies experience.
I mean, you don't need to be a surveyor, to prove you guys wrong.
You haven't proved us wrong.
Can you be a surgeon without experience, without practicing, or can you just read a book and then grab a scalpel and have a go at it?
I like that.
Can you
I like
prove
that.
horizontals wrong without attempting it?
Can you be a surgeon without?
Who's saying that?
Can you be a surgeon without experience?
Would you say you can be?
The question was aimed at you, Hoymar. Why are you reflecting it back again?
I know you like asking nonsensical questions.
Can you be a surgeon without any experience, Hoymar? That was the question aimed at you.
Okay, so if we keep at this level, I won't continue.
Well,
Can we
leave then,
discuss?
Because you've been cornered, right?
Can we actually discuss ideas and not people? Is this your
We are
argument from
discussing
authority?
ideas. We are discussing.
No, we do not DP at all. You know it.
We are discussing. You're really muffled, spot on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
You're a cult. You're in a cult, Hoymar.
What qualifies me as being in a cult? What cult do you mean?
The cult of accepting science without filtering it through on your own. You have your model afflicted. This is not a personal attack. We still are, but you are heavily model afflicted because everything you say goes through a filter.
I see.
Like the hotel.
Like your verticals not being parallel. That's a filter you have of just
Is it?
And
baseless claim.
he's intersecting horizontals that he can't demonstrate as
another
well.
baseless claim.
That's the model.
They were measured to be non-parallel.
Who by? How?
There are multiple examples.
Come on, then.
We just talked about the Pontchartrain Causeway. That's one example.
So we've given one example.
What's
that doesn't
one
work.
example? The one that Blue
That
just
doesn't
showed
work
us. There's a
according to
28.5 meter
Right.
hump, vertical change
The fact
in the centre.
that a hump
Just in
was
the
even
centre.
measured
No
demonstrates
vertical change.
that the horizontals and verticals along that bridge, at least,
Where's
are
the
not
reference?
are
Where's
not
the
parallel.
reference point? Where's the reference point for the
There's
bridge
no-
and what you're proving?
Wait a minute. He's just claimed that across that bridge there's no parallel horizontals. Did you say?
I know. That's what I'm asking. Is
Wow.
where's the reference for that?
That's
How do
a
you-
nice
How do
claim.
you derive
Well done.
that?
You genius.
You want me to, unroll the complete thing again? I've just discussed it today.
You've
I'm not
just
sure if I-
claimed that horizontals aren't
fine.
parallel because
Here
your
I am.
globe model told you to.
No,
Like, I
wouldn't
would
say that
every
if
glober
I
say
was-
that
if
horizontals
I
aren't
wasn't
parallel
sure
on
of
that
it.
bridge because of something that Jesse Kozlowski did?
Yeah,
and
sure.
Blue.
I mean, if you want to really, record a soundbite, then I would specify to say that every observer on that bridge will have a different horizontal at a different location. That's what the measurements prove.
They'd,
Mark, can
they'd
you
all be
possibly-
parallel, though, right?
How
Sorry,
do
what?
they prove that?
Because this measurement proves that
No,
the,
he said
the
how
level
did,
water
how
surface
would you prove
arcs,
it? Not
by
not
driving
your
over it,
excuse.
What
by driving over it
proves that?
with a GPS receiver.
Fucking hell.
On the roof, or would you put it on the bonnet?
It proves the shape of the level surface that is the
Oh
lake.
dear, Hoymar,
How?
you're struggling.
How? Yeah. Come on, Hoymar.
How?
How?
They measured the positions when driving across the bridge. They tracked them. So they got an array of positions and elevations. And the elevations...
So it
were-
is an elevation change.
Yep.
No. It shows that a bridge is perfectly
You
level.
just said it's elevation.
At 5.8
They got an array
meters
of
above
elevations.
the water
Is what
level.
you just said.
I said they got an array.
So-
No,
of
you're misquoting me,
elevations?
DP. You're misquoting me
you
once again.
said they got an array of elevations. A
Of
change.
positions and elevations.
Elevations, you
I'm not
said.
talking about a change. It's just an array of positions and elevations.
Yeah. Okay. So
Great, right? So now you take those positions and plot them into a Cartesian coordinate system.
X, Y, Z.
hmm
Okay.
Yeah. And you will see that they form an arc. Right?
You'll see.
You will see they form
How?
Yeah.
an arc.
How? Do you want me? I can show you. I can stream my
Oh,
screen if you want.
Rakia, I'm glad you're back. Can I just ask you, when was the last time you used any surveying equipment?
Today.
Sorry, was that Tuesday?
Today.
No, today
Uh-huh.
and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. And I'll be using it first thing in the morning too. So will all my guys.
Uh-huh.
And if you ask them about the tools we use, they create a horizontal. And if you ask them about a water level, they'll tell you where I'm from, that's all they use are water level tools because they're inexpensive. And that creates a horizontal. They're from Honduras and Mexico and Guatemala.
Can you ask him about horizontals being parallel?
No,
Right.
they know it. They know they are because
Right.
that's what we do for a living.
Do they?
That's how they make money.
Do they know the implications of that? Because Hoymar shits himself whenever he thinks about it.
My crews from Honduras are all flat earthers before I even knew it. Their grandparents taught them, their parents taught them. They know what water creates. It creates a horizontal. They know that horizontal is a parallel. They know a plumb is perpendicular. They're in the business. And they don't care what people think. They
It's a
don't care
tradition.
about, hang on, they don't care about people like, I don't know, Blue and George. They don't care who they are. They just know these things in reality. They see them every day. They use them every day to make a living.
Can I just point out that nobody here thinks that saying that somebody's a Jewish flat earther, I mean, that's not racist, right? Does anybody think that's a racist remark?
No, I don't get how anything is racist.
If you're
If
just
I was a
stating
Jew
a
and
fact.
someone called me a Jew, I would love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
How about a Catholic? How about a Catholic flat earther? Is that racist?
Racist against
wait a minute, guys. I'm just pointing it out. Just pointing it out because Mr. 42 banned me the other night from Mr. Sensible's chat for saying just that Mr. 42 got paid by a Jewish flat earther, Dave Weiss. Gave him money for helping him out to fix his app. And Mr. 42 kicked me from Mr. Sensible's chat for that very remark. And now Mr. 42 is bragging that he kicked me out of Mr. Sensible's chat for a racist remark. So if you think that's racist, then very good. But Mr. 42 is going around bragging that he's kicked me for a racist remark. So people listening to Mr. 42 and what Mr. 42 says might think that I've actually made a racist remark from that. I mean, if they just listen to what Mr. 42 says, at least, right?
If you made that remark for no reason, then why bring the ethnicity of Mr. 42 into it? I think that might have been
Mr.
the reasoning.
42.
He didn't bring anything about 42. He said Dave Weiss.
Yeah.
Who is a proud,
Who
is a proud Jew.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Bev, do you want to explain the reason why this was brought into the conversation? And what you were saying to 42 about Dave Weiss?
Ah, well, when Mr. 42 got into a bit of trouble, really, because he was making videos saying he was hacking an app, he seemed like he was either going after the app because there was flat earthers involved, or, I don't know, I was pointing out that Dave Weiss is actually a Jewish man, and we had to make sure whether Mr. 42 wasn't being anti-Semitic. He wasn't actually targeting the app because of that. Turns out he wasn't actually targeting the app because there were flat earthers there, because that would be bigotry, right? Purposely hacking an app because it was owned by flat earthers. So we didn't want that. We couldn't have him going after Dave, right? So turns out that Dave Weiss ended up paying Mr. 42 for his help with the security of the app. So it turned out a lot better for everyone because Mr. 42 got paid. And there was obviously no court cases, and nobody was hacking, and nobody was actually being a bigot and going after any flat earthers, and they definitely weren't being anti-Semitic because he got paid by him, right? So Mr. 42 came out of it jolly good. That's what I was pointing out to the guys the other day, trying to point out that we helped out with that entire situation a bit. And now Mr. 42 is going around saying I made a racist remark somehow. So, I mean, take it as you will. Nobody's really going to listen to this. And you know what's going to happen in the next few days.
It was a case of either he was attacking the app because he's a bigot and is bigoted against flat earthers, or he was attacking the app because of somebody's religious beliefs.
Well, just going after Dave Weiss, right? And his app. That was the thing.
Or he's just a hacker, goes in and hacks something, goes, haha, look, I hacked your app, but if you pay me a certain amount, I can tell you how I got in, and you can prevent it in the future. Which is also, to me, a piece of crap. But I mean, he hacked an app. He knew how he hacked it. He knew how to tell Dave how to protect his app from hackers like him, and got paid to tell Dave that. Craziness.
Yeah. He just did it for the money, right? It turns out he wasn't being a bigot, and he wasn't, going after Dave. He was just
wanted to make money.
He wanted to make a bit of money, yeah. Understandable.
And got paid and took the money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he took money, right? Didn't he get paid and he took it?
Yeah.
He didn't say, no, Dave. Don't worry about paying me.
Yeah.
Right? Just fix your app. No, he didn't do that. He took the money, I think.
He made a video to make it public, so Dave got, knew it was him, right? He was sort of like, look at me. I'm the guy that did it.
It's borderline extortion in my mind.
Well,
like you hack an app and then accept money for telling him how you hacked it.
He got paid for helping out, right? Everybody was happy in the end, so it all worked out good.
Yeah, I think Dave is happy about everything, about his app being better. Probably Mr. 42 is happy because he got paid.
Yeah,
so,
Mr. 42 is really happy now because he can pretend that whole scenario is something about me being racist. Definitely nothing to do with him. Right? I don't know whether people knew that he got paid out of it and whether he made a big deal out of it and, He's saying it again.
He can be called a professional hacker now, can't he?
He got paid for his actions and his knowledge about hacking. Professional hacker.
Right, so, I'm not too sure about who.
I don't think, with all my computer skills, I am,
Your computer skills.
I do have, hammers and screwdrivers, but for tech support that I do around here, I wouldn't know how to charge Dave to tell him how to, make his app less hackable, right? I think you have to be a hacker to do that, to my knowledge, or have knowledge about how hackers would work. I remember when that happened. It seemed like he hacked to me. It seems like he's a hacker. But he did come out getting paid, so.
Can I just address George in the thing? George, just at the minute, we're just going over how Mr. 42 is calling me a racist. Making racist remarks and, basically, is it libel? Slander? Over at the adult Discord server. George, where you do your doxing. So, yeah, over there. Nice. So, yeah, George, that's what you've got to come back from your walk. It's getting a bit old, George. We're talking about horizontal planes, and you've got old boomers acting all butthurt about us talking about horizontals being parallel. There you go. He's showing everybody all of the pictures and stuff. They're all talking about it.
Oh, we're all coming out with it. You know the Chihuahua? Remember that? Jose's got Chihuahuas.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're just over there now saying, yeah, Bev's a racist. Yeah, yeah. He likened Jose to a Chihuahua. No, he said Jose's got Chihuahuas.
Fucking hell.
That was me. I called Jose a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
You're a Chihuahua, Jose. JG. Jose JG, you're a Chihuahua. He said that's okay, by the way. He said that's okay. As long as I say Jose JG, that's okay. So Jose JG, you're a Chihuahua.
Oh.
Fucking children, kindergarten school, man.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in grade 6, you know? Nah, 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 nah.
He does kind of look and act like a Chihuahua if you really think about it.
Yeah. And he has 4 of them, for crying out loud.
Which is probably why you called him a Chihuahua, right? Because
Absolutely,
he has 4 of those dogs always barking on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I thought I might have been wrong about that.
Oh, George is saying libel and slander are a tough thing to prove in America. Yeah, it doesn't matter, George. Just carry on. I mean, like, everybody knows you guys just make shit up. So hide behind it's a very hard thing to prove. I mean, carry on. We all know you just make shit up.
Hide behind that while hiding in Blue's Discord server, George. It's what you're good at now. Hiding.
It's probably why he does the libel and slander, because he knows it is hard to prove and he won't get busted for it. I mean, smart in that way, I guess. The doxing and the threats on life or, you know, whatever. That's what it's come to. George
is always bitching about something or other.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're all in over at Blues now bitching about stuff, is it? In the back rooms, George? Nah, they wouldn't do that. Adult Globe Earth Discord servers wouldn't be acting like children.
And Hoymar was the one that was complaining about the person being attacked and not the argument when I was trying to pin him down to the argument. They're just pathetic, all of them.
Can I just say, Sam, I'm talking to Sam in here about making a model to justify why he thinks the real Earth could be the way he's saying. And I'm trying to explain to him that I could make one flat plane with dirt and water, covered, air pressure. I could even have a gradient with the air pressure if I wanted. But he's saying he needs to have an Earth the same size to make a model.
You gotta look at who you're dealing with. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I mean, if Earth is a hunk of rock in a vacuum with pressurized air around it, then you should be able to scale that down, put a hunk of rock inside a vacuum, then create a pressure gradient around it, stick water on it, show us how your magical gravity does this to justify why you believe it could. I mean, it's not that much to ask. I really don't think.
That's
How do
where
you know
you
that,
don't
then?
understand.
How do you know? You should be able to.
That's exactly what he said. That just proves you don't understand.
No, how do you know? You
Paige.
should be able to easily do that.
Paige, you do realise that Sam's a bot, don't you? It's an automated response bot.
Yeah.
You should be able to scale, because that's all a scale model is. You're just scaling it down. If gravity, if it comes from the amount of mass, well, then just scale it down to, 1 one millionth or 1/2 millionth of the amount of matter, and then have the same amount of gravity. Just scale it down. But you can't do it because you cannot create or manipulate gravity. You just think you
Okay.
can.
So, for one, you think there's like just a scale slider on reality, and second, you can actually replicate gravity on a small scale. Are you aware of the Cavendish experiment?
Hoimar, why have you? Why have you?
We're aware of a seismometer.
Seismometer.
Of the Cavendish experiment?
Why do you feel? Why do you feel you've got the knowledge about anything to join the conversation again, Hoimar? It's
Well,
just
because
been
I'm
proven that
saying-
you know
saying-
nothing about anything.
Oh yeah, DP, you've absolutely proven that. You've
Yeah,
destroyed
absolutely.
I'm in shambles.
Yeah, you are.
Absolute,
You are.
absolute
You're
shambles.
just too arrogant to realise it.
Mm.
Too egotistical to admit it.
Okay, okay.
You know nothing. You've proved nothing. You can demonstrate nothing, and you have nothing. You are nothing.
I am nothing. Yeah, I just dissolved actually, DP. I've dissolved into nothingness.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks
Yeah, I
like
would
it.
agree.
Sounds
I would
like
agree
it.
with that.
Yeah,
I'd agree with
Sounds
that.
like
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I'm just an illusion. I don't actually exist. I'm in
No,
Maybe.
you don't.
Fine. Yeah.
You don't.
I'm.
I would
yeah,
also agree with that.
I'm nothing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're getting somewhere now.
But hey, I'm nothing.
This is
And,
the first
you know,
truths we've heard from you.
Yeah. So can you prove to the nothing a single practical proof of your claims?
Of parallel
Water being horizontal?
horizontals.
Yeah, let's start with the most basic claim that all
Parallel-
verticals,
Parallel
all
horizontals. How about parallel horizontals?
Mhm.
All
that's-
horizontals
you know,
are parallel.
That complicates things. Because
Parallel
horizontals
horizontals.
always
Complicates
Yeah,
things.
can I
Oh
make
man,
a
you're not
sentence
getting
to be-
complicated with what?
So
What's
wait a-
complicated? The straight line or the parallel
Yeah,
part?
because
So horizontal's
horizontal-
more complicated than
Yeah.
vertical.
Wow, that's
What?
complicated.
because horizontals depend on being perpendicular to the vertical
No,
lines.
no.
You're
See,
introducing something.
I've been doing something on this thanks to Beddy and his cross. What I've done is I've found out that there's only one horizontal plane that never changes. It's the other two axes, the X and the Y, that move around on that horizontal plane. But the horizontal plane is always parallel. The vertical planes can cross each other and they can go everywhere, right? They're always vertical, but they can cross each other. They go in both axes. But the horizontal plane, just one. It's what allows us to have a vertical datum that's just one datum point, because all horizontals are parallel.
Is there a practical proof where I can test your
Vertical
your
datum. Just
assertion?
look up for any vertical datum. You'll find that you only get 1 point.
That's not a proof, DP.
What?
That's an assertion. Can you practically prove it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
only
you can't
moves
do it
on
if
one
you go out
axis.
Can I hand over to Mr. Rukia,
Yeah.
who does this all day, every
Yep. For the first time, you can go out and get one of these. You can get a plumb bob. That's a good start. You can create a perpendicular from that. That will be your horizontal. Then you can get any one of those tools that you were so boldly talking about earlier, the ones you've never used. You know, you can rent those for like $40 a day. And then you can check to see if those that horizontal you created is horizontal. You can also extend it in any direction. Hello?
Wait a second. That's not what you were supposed to prove. You were supposed to prove that two horizontals in different locations are parallel.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just
So
had
you
a
can-
memo.
you
He's
can
just
create-
had a memo.
You can create one. You can move to another place, create another one, and prove it for yourself with the same tool. Today, you could go do it today.
Ricky is breaking up.
That's still independent horizontal planes.
which are parallel to each other.
You assert that, but you haven't described how you would prove it.
That's
It's in the description of equipment that they advertise for. They can go a kilometer, double run, and be within a millimeter from start, go out, come back to finish, and be within a millimeter accuracy.
It's
And
not
it's
they.
how
He can do it. He can do it.
Yeah, you
Today.
could.
You can
It's
go out
how
today and rent this equipment, the same exact equipment that the person who came up with that, like the person who is surveying, you can go rent that same equipment and do the exact same thing and prove it for yourself. But you won't. You've never used them. You never will, is my prediction. You'll just come back here tomorrow and ask us to prove things that we've already done ourselves.
Yeah.
It's a waste of time.
Over short distances, correct?
Which is why you are pointless, Homer.
You use water levels, and do you use theodolites and auto levels, Rakia?
Yes.
Over what kind of distances?
The distances that the manufacturers recommend under the conditions that I'm under.
So 100-meter line segments, for
It
example?
depends.
Line
Sometimes it's
segments.
line of
Exactly.
sight. Yeah, straight line segments, and it can be any distance.
I see. So do you think that would falsify that, or that would prove that the verticals and horizontals?
Let me put it to you as
parallel?
simply as I can. If you knew how simple it was, you wouldn't be here blabbing off what you think you know, which you don't know. If you realized how simple it was. A child can go run this equipment and create these things that you need to prove for yourself. And you won't do it. Why?
That's not a proof, though. You couldn't. You
Oh
can't.
my God.
You can't falsify that. There's only one result of your try it is proof, and the result is
Dude,
the
hey,
verticals and
stop.
horizontals
Just
are
stop.
parallel.
Okay, I get it. You're on a moving sphere in infinite space with curved water all around you. Bye.
No,
See you
no.
later. You're never
Stay
going to
on-
change. If you're
stay on
going to
topic
keep
somehow.
saying that, yeah, I am on topic. We're talking about you now. After I said all of that, you said that's still not proof. That's you going, I'm not listening. I'm never going to go test it myself. And I'm just always going to say you can't prove it. It's a sphere. So you're a waste of time. I'm giving you a way to go prove it yourself. And you're saying
So-
that's not proof.
What outcome would falsify?
I'm done with you.
your
Did you hear me
hypothesis?
say you're a waste of time? I don't waste my time. See you later.
Go and rent the equipment yourself,
That
Hoymar.
wasn't a discussion,
Do it
really.
yourself,
Just
Hoymar.
attack the person
Prove
if you
it
don't
to
know how to
yourself,
continue.
Hoymar.
Just attack
Learn
the
how to
person.
use
That's
the
what you guys do.
tools,
Some
Hoymar.
of you, please.
Do it for yourself.
Yeah, it's not attacking the person. We've all in this room, I'm pretty sure majority of the people in this room have done these things practically for ourselves to prove it for ourselves. And when somebody
but
comes in and
what you
just wants
did-
to talk about an idea, you're just gonna have a problem.
With no practical experience.
Right.
If you don't have a falsifiable hypothesis, then you don't prove anything. You don't even test your hypothesis.
All
There's no outcome
horizontals
to
are
falsify your hypothesis.
parallel. Every
Which
one
is
of them.
exactly
Not
what I
one
said
that
10
isn't.
minutes ago.
Hoymar. Who?
So what's the longest distance? that
What's
any
a
view
horizontal, Hoymar? What's a
has
horizontal?
measured parallel, independent, horizontal planes? The longest distance. Anyone here?
How big's a horizontal plane?
No. Do we get
Infinite.
any
They're
distance?
infinite, aren't they?
We've had
Infinite.
100
All
meters.
horizontals, planes, infinite horizontal planes, are parallel.
That's a geometric definition, Beth.
That's a truthful definition in reality, right? All horizontal
Has no-
planes are
you
parallel.
You need to reference reality. You need to reference Earth in that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's just abstract otherwise. It's
Horizontals, like you know on Earth right now. The horizontal that you can see right in front of you.
You know, the one you made with the spirit level.
Yeah.
Imagine
I
that
know,
plane,
I know.
infinite.
I imagine that, yeah.
Right. Now, imagine
prove
that
now?
all of the horizontals are parallel to that. They're all horizontal.
I can't
Infinite
imagine
them.
that. Yeah, but
Imagine
it's
you
not
get
proof
like a
of
tangent, and then all of the tangents to that tangent are all parallel.
Tangents to a tangent doesn't work.
Or a straight line to a tangent. No, sorry, a tangent to a straight line.
Okay. Oh wait, that doesn't work either.
Infinite tangents to straight lines, then.
What's a tangent to a straight line in your mind, Biff?
See what
It's
you mean
something
about
that Rumpus, Science It Out, and Starkadder and B-Ball were talking about.
I was gonna say, you might want to take that up with your baller buddies, because they're the ones that have said that.
And that goes back to them contradicting each other time and time again.
I don't think they've
Hoymar says
actually
it
said
doesn't
that,
make
but
sense. It
it's
doesn't
not
make
my
sense.
problem
Yeah, we
anyway.
agree.
Well, no, it does. A tangent arc chord is a necessity.
Tangents arc chord?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you explain that?
A tangent arc chord?
Hmm?
It's what Blue showed us within that picture. Because he put the tangent on the
which
chord.
he said was a where he mislabeled some things in it.
When he said it, you mean? When he actually said the elevation above the tangent plane. And that tangent plane is the one that he'd called earlier a horizontal chord. So what he did was he showed us that, conceptually at least, within the mind, he thought the chord was the tangent. Now, he thought that, conceptually in his mind at least, anyway, because you always think you're on the tangent, don't you? But this way, what had happened, Jesse Kozlowski had model-induced him into thinking that the chord was where the tangent was.
But we all know it's not, so why do you keep hashing
It's a tangent
over that?
arc chord, yeah, exactly. Commonly known as a horizontal plane.
I'm afraid I still didn't get a proof, nor did I get a distance from any of you. The longest distance where you observed, where you measured, parallel horizontal planes.
We haven't had any measurements of intersecting horizontal planes from you either.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking.
No, but
the
we
longest
have
distance.
been asking you that.
But yeah, but we know the logical procedure behind horizontals being parallel, right? And in order for you to imagine what you're believing, right, or you know, for something to be able to come true for you at the minute, you have to go against logic.
I was asking you though.
Mm-hmm. You were asking me what?
The longest distance.
Well, I just know all every horizontal, right, I've ever measured, no matter how long, right? Because I'm guarantee I've measured a horizontal longer than you have. Absolutely certain.
We're talking about two independent horizontal planes being parallel.
Mm-hmm.
What was the longest distance any of you measured this over?
All horizontal planes are parallel.
Yeah, I know you keep preaching that.
Yeah, but you say you want two to be parallel, but I'm telling you every one of them.
So we're not talking about reality?
Yeah,
actual,
differential leveling. Have you ever heard of differential leveling? Do you know, have you ever heard of the canal system?
I'm asking about the most.
Have you ever seen a canal system?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, have you ever seen the bit where there's a lock?
Yeah.
Okay. There's two parallel planes. For you to visualize, just in your mind, if you want.
With a differential in the levels. They are differentially leveled.
It's a difference in elevation of the two water levels.
Both
basically.
parallel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Both parallel. All of them, right? All horizontals are parallel.
No, it's just two different water levels.
Have you ever seen an elevation profile where the horizontals weren't parallel? Just as a matter of, concept, like an architectural drawing, an engineering drawing, a blueprint, any plans for buildings, maybe construction for canals, the Panama Canal or anything like that. Have you ever seen?
No.
Have you ever seen anybody ever do an elevation profile of water and put a fucking massive hump in the middle of it? Maybe a trick question. Watch how you answer it.
Why would anybody do what you just proposed?
Well, Blue did.
Oh.
Jesse Kozlowski did as well.
They did.
Just them two. I've never seen anybody else do it. It'd be ridiculous for anybody else to do it, wouldn't it? Wonder why they're the only two that have done that.
Never seen any professionals do it.
I thought they measured 5.8 meters elevation above the water all across the bridge, except for the actual humps.
Yeah, they did.
So what would an elevation profile of that bridge look like?
Wouldn't put a big hump in the middle, would you? Like a vertical.
That's negative. Can you positively tell me what an elevation profile of that would look like?
Well, not like what Blue gave us.
You're telling me what it would not look like.
So you're going with the hump, the 28.5 meter hump.
No, I was just asking what the elevation profile would look like.
Horizontal, like it's across the water. It's a horizontal. We've told you. God knows how many fucking times.
No, it's just an elevation profile.
The shortest distance from one side of the bridge to the other side of the bridge would be a horizontal. Right, the water being level would lie on that. Right, there is no hump. But are you going to put your name to it? Would you draw a hump if you were to do an elevation profile of that?
If I would put elevation in a diagram, and it would be 5.8 meters all across.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be a straight line, right?
Oh, right. Why did Blue draw a hump?
No, I have a cool elevation profile, yeah.
Okay, so if you were doing an elevation profile, you would draw all the horizontals being parallel.
Well, it's a 2-dimensional diagram. It's it has two axes, so
yeah, it's on the vertical plane, and then the horizontals. The horizontals. This is where we were doing about Beddy's thing. Horizontals would all be parallel, wouldn't they? If you were on a vertical plane, obviously a 2-dimensional plane. So you take up one of the axis, one of the vertical axis.
Yeah, I'm just drawing a diagram of elevation.
Being the plane that you are drawing your elevation on, then all of the other horizontals would be perpendicular to that, wouldn't it?
Well, in a two-dimensional coordinate system, by definition, all horizontal lines are parallel.
Yeah.
So I
they are in
one
reality.
Line at 5.8 meters.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not going to get me disagreeing with you when you say all horizontals are parallel, because that's my original statement.
I didn't say that because it's not related to a.
You did say profile. It. All horizontals are parallel. We know.
Yeah, geometrically by definition.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, the vertical change being referenced to the horizontal would make it like a horizontal distance.
To the level, Biff.
Mm-hmm.
To the vertical datum, yes.
Yep.
And in point of fact, Hoymar, the 2 yellow dots that Blue's got in his diagram being the bridge heads, he actually draws the expanse of the bridge as the 28.5 meter rise from that horizontal.
Yeah, the chord. He calls it the horizontal chord.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So
I know,
if you was
you agreeing?
if you were standing at the bridgehead, you would see that 28.5 meter rise.
I would actually look if you would draw the horizontal line of sight of an observer.
He's got the chord line as the horizontal.
Yeah, then
and
that
and
line
the bridge deck is the 28.5 meter rise in the middle from that horizontal.
Yeah, but that's not the horizontal of an observer at the bridgehead.
He's got that as the horizontal of the observer at the bridgehead.
The observer would have a different horizontal from the chord line.
So why is Blue calling the chord line the horizontal?
You can't be intersecting horizontals
Because
there, can you?
he was
That's
talking
not
about
what you're
an
trying to do,
observer.
is it?
He was talking about an observer at the center of the bridge.
No, he wasn't. He's put an observer at each end of the bridge.
In that coordinate system that they plotted the bridge in, actually the z-axis is equal to
the elevation,
to the
isn't
vertical
it?
of
The
an
Z?
observer at the center of the bridge.
Z
That's
is the
what's
elevation.
But he's talking about observers at the bridge heads, and the horizontal is his chord. With a 28.5 meter rise at the center of the bridge.
That's right.
Should I get Blue's
you're
video?
getting this wrong.
No,
the chord line
is
not the horizontal of an observer at either one of the bridges. They're not parallel.
So Blue's got it wrong then.
I don't think he has. Not that part.
Have you watched it?
The whole video?
There's
You
two
go to
videos going in here now, right? They've got Jesse's bridge and the one that Jesse did, where he got all of the points, and then there's Blue and the clip that Blue's done. So which one do you want to go over first? Should we go over Blue's bit just to get what Blue said, so you can make sure you understand what Blue said? You can tell us what Blue meant. As long as we are understanding that you know what Blue said, because I don't want you misrepresenting Blue, right? Because that'd be bad. Nobody wants to misrepresent Blue. So let's go over what Blue said, right?
I know the first video actually already.
Well, let's play it anyways, because
Well,
there's
it's not
people
a straight
watching that won't
horizontal line.
know. So
Let's see.
Is that your little? Oh yeah, that's like
Let's
the
take a
cut.
look at
It's
that.
placed
I
together.
did not say
No,
that
it's
the
not.
level is not
Would you
horizontal.
mind
This is what Jesse
comedy
did.
piece?
Why are you lying? Why are
He
you
took a
adding stuff
point
in
over
here
here on the
and lying
left-hand
about a
side of
video
the
that
screen.
you said
He
you
took a
seen?
point.
Did you actually watch
at the
that?
start of that causeway.
Have you?
And he took an end point over on
And
the
which
right
part
hand.
is cut and spliced to make something different?
You think Jesse saying that's funny,
It's
do you?
just-
It's comedy. You think Jesse's comedy?
You made
Or
a
is it
comedy
Blue
piece
that's
out of
comedy?
it. You're cutting together, audio bits from Jesse and Blue and.
No, Blue's clip, right? And then it's just
meme.
got Jesse. Is it
Biff.
too much? You think
You made a
Jesse's
meme.
funny?
Yeah, I'm not going to take part in that. And,
You're
and I have
like,
to-
yeah, okay.
Oh,
So-
that's it. Run away, Hoymar.
So when, so when Jesse is talking about the bridge, that's a comedy, is it? Or is it Blue when Blue's
No,
talking
your
about the
video.
bridge? Is that funny?
Your video is a meme. I mean, for you, it's probably funny. For
What do
me,
you
it's
mean?
just,
No,
boring.
it's sad, actually.
It's because I've put. Is it because I put a nug on one side and SE on the other side when we said two different points?
Biff, you know exactly what you did. What you did. Be honest to yourself. And the people watching.
Well, there's Yoda on DP with the monkey. Nugs down there. Buster's got his guitar out there. He's on there. Nugs up there. Super Fishies is up the top. It
is everything that the person said in the order that they said it in, which is the important part.
You know the part you're scared about?
It's got Blue saying about the chords being called horizontal. It's got the bit about Blue saying that Jesse meant to measure the elevation above the tangent plane.
And it's all in context as well.
I'm not scared. The measurements are as clear as ever.
You're scared of the video.
I'm not scared of the video.
He's asking you if you said he clipped something out. We're asking you if you think we clipped out Jesse and Blue saying something different than what they actually said.
Together.
Then why not go over the video? Yeah, but it's their words. It's not changing their meaning or their words.
And it's everything. Hoymar, it's everything Blue said in context in the order he said it in.
Exactly.
Nothing has been changed of the order of what he said.
That's not what I was saying.
Or the context he was saying it in.
Well, then what are you scared about?
I'm not scared. I merely think that what you're doing here is absolutely disgraceful, and I
Who
will
cares what
take
you
part
think?
of that.
Who cares what you think?
You do.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Was it not all right when Blue was doing it and he's put a pig of me, put my face on a pig? Was that disgusting?
Or a donkey?
Well, I think memes are made on both sides, but...
Right, so what is disgusting about this?
I don't want to waste my time with
Hoymar.
your pet peeves.
Hoymar, what is disgusting about this? Is it Blue talking or is it Jesse talking? What is it that you find disgusting about this video?
That it's discussing people, not ideas. It's a waste of time for me.
It's them saying exactly what they say. So you don't want to talk about people, right? Okay? So you don't want to talk about people. You don't want to talk about the argument. You don't want to talk about horizontals being parallel. And you definitely don't know anything about surveying. So what are you talking about then?
What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, what's this about?
You're just here to obfuscate and deflect.
What idea do you want to discuss?
Yeah, you can keep your little
Hoymar,
to yourself.
what idea do you want to discuss? The idea of you being a lying shitbag. Can we have an idea about that? Anybody else? Does anybody else have the idea that Hoymar's being a lying shit?
Yeah.
So now you're throwing ad hominems at me, Biff.
Well, you do seem to give that impression, to be honest. You know, you've not done anything else.
Well, I'm just not ready to watch that video with you, but I have to leave soon anyway, so...
See you later.
Okay, see you later. I'm just going to play this video then, because...
While we're catering to him anyway.
1 minute 40, I'm playing it.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam.
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to. Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So hopefully that made some sense, because nothing those guys said made any sense.
There we go. So I hope that made sense for everybody on the globe side. For Blue. That was the clip he wanted us to put with it, obviously.
And he did definitely say that chord line was the horizontal.
Yeah, the chord line's horizontal, and what Jesse was trying to do was to measure the elevation above the tangent plane, which had an arrow pointing towards the horizontal chord that he just called it.
Can I just also point out here that Blue obviously doesn't understand what a tangent is, because he's got it touching the circle in 2 places. His tangent plane.
Are you seeing later, Hoymar, have you got a business trip, have you?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so see you or something.
See you later. Good luck. I wonder where he's going. I bet he's not going over to Globe Earth Central, just to adult Globe Earth Central, just to do some bitching and moaning. There's questions being called as to whether we might not be allowed to use Blue's material when he was going over the video that we did. But, I mean, who knows? He wouldn't be that anal, would he? I mean, that's why we're doing it live, to be honest. So anybody watching, just be like, if we're not around anymore, it's because Blue might have copyright struck us for doing the clip about the video that he did when he went over the video that we were doing to explain to us exactly how the GPS coordinates worked. I don't know whether I'll be getting done or not. I don't know whether copyright strike. Do you think? What do you reckon? Anyone? Should I put a poll up or something? What do you reckon are the chances of Blue copyright striking me for going over that video that he did when he was ridiculing me on the video?
Oh, I don't see how he can copyright strike you, Bev. Fair use, critique. It's just him trying to be the silverback, isn't it?
Looks like it might be fun soon. Might be something happening. I don't know what though. Hoymar sent us a. So see this.
Oh, he's been invited, has he?
Well. Oh yeah, Blue says Anamorphic, I don't know who he is, says is Bev allowed to play your stuff? And Blue says, jump in voice if you want to talk about what they're doing. I mean, I don't know what we were doing, but it's just going over that video that Blue did. Internal tangent planes. But Blue says at the bottom there, I can strike Bev if I want to, but I'll dox myself when I do. And to be honest, it isn't that important to me. I would rather just make our fool out of him, which I'm about to do. I hope not. I really hope not. I really hope they're not going to do something like call me racist and make a video about it or something like that. Who knows? Maybe something about me subs going down or so. I haven't got a clue. But I no doubt I can't live it down for Blue.
Who is Blue anyway? In the grand scheme of things.
I don't know. It might be a big man. I haven't got a clue. I don't know. It might be the grandfather. But he's definitely started off the Blue model induced. Blue marble induced horizontal chord tangent plane. Get ready for it. Can't see how they're going to get away from that.
The Kozlowski supplied blue marble induced horizontal tangent plane.
Can you remember Ricky is here? Blue said he got really upset about us going over that slide, which I've got a couple of more videos. I've got a 2.5 hour video. Rumpus, Brenda and Sean G all discussing the Blues internal horizontal chord tangent plane, which they need actually, you know, for the and bam, because they can't and bam if they don't have an internal horizontal chord tangent plane, which coincidentally has triangles with 180 degrees on it. It's rather awkward, that, isn't it? Stolen concept fallacy. I don't know how you can get away with it. I hope I'm not losing everybody listening in. Right, so what Blue's shown us is that there is a vertical plane that they have an elevation profile on, and I've never seen any elevation profiles. I mean, ask around for yourself. We could say what we're after, DP, is have you seen horizontal not being parallel anywhere, non-parallel horizontals or intersecting horizontals?
Been asking for this for a while.
Okay, yeah. Or when we can have a wanted poster, right? And also a wanted, like a picture of another elevation profile picture of water, like this. Boom. Blue's internal horizontal tangent chord. Right? Has anybody ever seen an elevation profile? I'll get it like this. Because I've
like a lost cat poster.
Yeah, well, I mean, like a reward.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'd say, right, not wanting to give it away a bit, but if we can put a shout out for non-parallel horizontals, and we could find some, then I'm pretty sure that we might be able to get some Bitcoin from Dave Weiss. I'm really after that Bitcoin. I could do with a new computer setup, and my lad would do a nice thing upstairs in his bedroom.
I'm sure with free Bitcoin you could get a really nice computer setup.
Yeah, that'd be good. Imagine that streaming. I could pretend I was setting up a debate night. Debate server. Get everybody to give me loads of money so I can set it all up and get the light and, you know, do all of that.
Set up a DayZ server that nobody goes to.
And then just game. Yeah, cool. So, yeah, the picture like that. Like, he said, it's got at the top row on this one. It says, try thinkings. Lake Pontchartrain, truth bending. The nerve of the man to draw a picture like that and say it's me, truth bending. That's no elevation above. That's not an elevation profile.
Is it? Or if it is, I mean, it looks like an elevation profile to me. And it looks like it's got a hump of water in the middle of it. I mean, how many architects do you reckon you'd get if you were to show that and go, that's like Pontchartrain. Rakia, please take it out for a fucking spin. We're walking round the hotel. There's a guy called Blue Marble Science. He's done this elevation profile of the lake. Are you all right with that? You like that? It's 28.5 meters there in the middle. I don't know whether it gets less if if there's not so much a span. I really don't understand Hoymar's argument either, where it's just sort of deflection.
Hoymar doesn't have an argument.
Yeah.
He can't cite anything, he can't prove any of his claims, he can't demonstrate any of his claims. He's just got words. And like Buster said, he's talking to people that have done this, that do this for a living, that use levels, perpendiculars, horizontals, intersecting line segments on a daily basis, and Hoymar just sits behind his computer tapping at his keyboard.
Yeah, it also seems as well like everybody don't get concerned. I mean, I know none of you guys that are watching really are bothered about this or anything, but seems like I'm losing subs. No big deal. There's not like there's loads of people watching anyway, and my subs are the best anyway.
Yeah, we always knew it was just going to be a few of us.
Yeah. But it seems to be a big, massive deal for some other people, Maybe the adult globe earthers have gone, you know what? Bev keeps saying horizontals are parallel. We can't fucking hear that. Can't listen to it. Let's pretend we don't hear it. Unsub. And if that's it, that's okay. I can...
Proverbial fingers in the ears.
Yeah.
La 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 la, I can't hear you. Well, members on the server are going up again.
Are we? We getting both people back in again?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Because this is where it's at, inside the server. Obviously, people like Hoymar aren't going to be time wasting for us much longer. We've got other things to be doing. It's pretty obvious now. We've come to a head. We know, in reality, all the horizontals are parallel. We know levels horizontal. But we just live in reality, and there's nothing much we can do about it. You won't find me saying that they're not, because I know that they are. And I know that the Globers are never going to be able to say that reality is like the reality is. They can't go against it. It's the horizontal paradox. They can't go against it, but they can't exactly go for it, and they're stuck. They're just not going to come round and talk to us. They can't. you can't disprove horizontals being parallel. And I think they get upset about it as well. They're the ones that get upset. And hopefully, we'll be fine. But I think there's some weird stuff going on with the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers at the minute.
Mel, what's happened to Palindrome Man? His server's gone, isn't it, virtually?
I think it was Beddy, wasn't it? He might have sacrificed himself at the hands of Beddy and the T-shirt logic. I mean, because that was the horizontal being parallel, right? That was the first. That's where it got dropped.
Yeah, absolutely was.
Now the blue doing this thing is the result of it as well. Yeah. So this was only a quick one. I can't really see. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but I don't think we're going to have many more Globers coming around here. This is going to be we're going to have to transition into something a bit different. Now, also coming along with wherever we do without the Globers, it's obviously going to be, they're going to say, oh, you can't do that, you can't do that. And when we're just talking about reality, right? We talk about the basics of Euclid, you can't do that. You talk about logic, real basics, you can't do that. Well, that's where we're going to have to go. Back to the basics, and we've learnt a lot. I've learnt a lot. And I'm hoping more people are going to want to come and join us with it, and not really worry about the people that say stupid shit about and make up stupid stories about you. Although I think that's the reason they do it, to stop new people from coming in. They don't want anything different than what they want to hear. And they definitely don't like hearing the truth. And that's going to be bad. Because I'm not going to stop talking about the truth.
Oh, there's some good things afoot at the moment, so...
I hope so. I really do. I have to wait and see what happens. Big Blue's after us.
There's a lot happening on the audio visual front.
Yeah.
From us.
Well, yeah, once we start putting the 12 together and the logic and all of these little projects, we will be able to concentrate on.
Plus the summer's coming up.
Yeah.
Get out there, do some more tests.
Yeah, test season.
Yeah, take it around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Pop over to the Bedford levels again.
Oh, yeah. Rumpus is going to be doing his Bedford level thing. We can't be missing that.
Yeah, you've been invited by George to go and give him a hand.
George is coming to Blackpool as well and going to Southport.
Oh, take him out for a beer.
Well, I wouldn't have a beer.
No.
Go and take some pictures at the beach. He could go and set his theodolite up. We'll have a look at that.
Fish and chips end of the pier.
Mm-hmm. You could see if we could Black Swan the oil rig.
Mm-hmm. Or even the pier. That would be a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, he could his globe. globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd definitely go out and do a bit of his globing with George. That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he'd have what's the dog's name?
Khan.
Khan, that's it.
Yeah.
He'd have Khan with him, so have to be at a gentle pace, Bev. Can't be rushing around like you do when I'm up there.
So, anybody got anything else? We will end this one for tonight. Come back, Model Affliction Monday tomorrow.
Yeah, special with Hoymar and Mike Jones.
No way, is that the triangle?
Yes, Starcodder's triangles, yeah.
Proof.
Yeah.
Going over a geometric proof tomorrow. Hoymar again, unless Hoymar's been. Don't forget, he's gone for a meeting. He's gone with a meeting over there in the Globe Council. He might have been told not to. He might have been told to disengage. He might not be able to come round tomorrow.
Oh, after going through all the hassle of challenging Mike to having a discussion about Starcodder's triangles.
Yeah.
That'd be a shame if he has to follow his orders.
Oh. Right, right, well, let's finish it on a Buster song. Agents, I think. Okay, so anybody, anything else do you want to say before we go?
No. Nice one, Bev. That was quite an entertaining evening again.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins here. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.